Hi everyone, welcome back again. So welcome to a new series with Django and React. Understand? So on the screen here, we have a simple content management system built with Django on the back end and React on the front end. And we also use Tailwind to style this application. Understand? So this is going to be a series of videos where I'm going to show you how to build a full stack where you will learn how to build a full stack application like this with Django and React.js instead. So I would love to give you a brief overview on how this application works. Understand? So right now we have the lights mode and we have the lights mode and the dark mode implemented. We also have our pagination implemented here. Understand? So you can come on board, you can create an account, you can get logged in, and you can start writing your own articles. You understand? So right now I'm going to start afresh again. I'm going to log out. So right now I'm going to start afresh. So first thing first, we have a list of articles on the home page. So you can decide to read on them. You can open any of them. Understand? So you can see what we have here. Understand? So right. Because what we have here, you can check out the author's profile if you want to. So here's the author's profile. Here are the other articles the author has written. Understand? So right now it's time for you to create your own article. So what's the first thing to do? So click on this right now, click on this create post, click on it. So before you can create an article, you must be logged in, right? You must be logged in, and before you are logged in, you must have created an account, right? So right now, I already have a user I can use. So right now, I'm going to log in as, let's say, Jane. So we have a user called Jane. So right now, I'm going to log in as Jane right away. So click on the sign in button. So Jane is being logged in. So you can see we are waiting for her to get logged in. And once Jane is logged in, she can go ahead to create an article. So right now we're on this page. I'm going to say let's build a content management system. Content management system with Django and React. So this is a full stack application. So I'm going to just paste in some text here as the body. So I'll paste in some text here as the body. So the aim is to save. So I'm trying to save time. So I just pasted in some text to represent the body of this article. So scroll down. Let's give up. So this is a full stack. This is a full stack blog. This is a full stack content, right? So right, so the category is full stack. I think that's fine. That should be fine. So right now we have to give our article an image, a thumbnail, right? So I'm going to pick a particular picture that should suit what we have there. Okay, let's just choose something that's good. So go for okay, let's go for this. So right now I can create my post, click on the create button. So right now, here is Jane. So right now, Jane just made a new post for herself. Right now, you can see Jane currently has 2 posts. So right now, this is the newly created post Jane just made. Right, this is the newly created post. Right. So right now we can read about it. Can click on it. Right. So here is Jane's article. Right, Jane can decide to make a change to our article. Right now, click on the pen icon on the right. So I can just say I can call this a front end application, right? I could just come over here and say build a content management system with, I just say with TypeScript instead of Django. I'm just trying to show you the features of this application. So I'm saying build a content management system with TypeScript and React. So scroll down, update the posts, and let's see. Right now the post has been updated. You can see right now, I'm going to open it again. You can see it says build a content management system with TypeScript and React. So you can delete the post. You are the author. You can update it. You can delete it. But right now we are not deleting it, right? So Jane can go over to her profile. She can decide to update a bio. So I can come over here, click on the pen icon. I can call myself JNet, right? Let's say JNet. I can change my role to, let's say, full stack developer, full stack, no longer front end. I can decide to change my picture. Let's update the profile. Because see now, Jane is now a front end developer. She can update her profile picture. Let's choose something else. So I'm trying to show you the features of this web app we are going to be building very soon, right? So I'm going to give Jane a different profile picture. So let's update the profile. You can see now Jane's picture has changed. So let's take it back to the girl picture. I think that's better. That's better, right? So click on update profile. So it's back again. So right now we've got this. So we have several authors on the page. So we have Daniela, we have Jane, we have Clinton, we have John. So we have, you can see we have our pagination, several pages here. So in this series, I promise you, you're going to learn a lot about Django, about React.js. We are going to use modern React.js tools like React Query, React Hook Forms, a lot of stuff you'll be learning here. And once we are done building, we are also going to deploy this web app on the cloud. Instead, we're also going to deploy this on the cloud. So without further ado, without much explanation, it's time for us to start building. So let's get started right now. Okay, so right now it's time for us to start building, and just take note, for every episode you're going to find the source code in the video's description. For every episode, the source code will be in the video's description. Understand? And one more thing, as for the backend, I already built the backend. Understand? So if you go down to my channel, over here you can see I already covered the backend on my channel. So you can see we have about 6 episodes on the backend. So you can, so if you are interested on, if you want to know how I built the backend with Django, just go watch this Django REST framework episode. Understand? So just check them out. That's where I cover the backend. So this part now, we are going to cover the front end, and I'm going to show you how we are going to build the front end, and also how to integrate the front end and the back end together to form a full stack application. Understand? So I think it's time for us back to our project. So back here, go down to your computer. So let's look for our command prompt. So I'm going to say CMD. So it's called CMD. So if you're on Mac, it is called terminal. So right now I have my command prompt up here. Click on it. So I want to create our React project, right? So CMD, we are waiting for you. Come up now. So our CMD is up. So right now I'm going to simply go into the folder where I create my React project. So as for you, you can create your React project in whichever folder you want to in instance. So right now I'm going to go into my documents directory. I'm going to say documents. So right now inside of documents, I have a folder called React projects, React_projects. So yeah, I'm in this folder now. So first thing first, I'm going to use npm to create I'm going to use vite to create my React project. So as for you out there, before you run this command that I'm about to run, make sure you have Node.js installed on your computer. Understand? Go down to your browser, look up Node.js, and make sure you have it installed on your computer. So I'm going to say npm create vite. We are going to use vite to create our React project. So hit enter. So this will take some time, a little time, but let's wait for it. So right now we're going to give our project a name. I'm going to just say YT. YT stands for YouTube. I'll say YT_devfolio. I called our app devfolio _app. Yeah, _app. Yeah, that's our project name. So it's enter. So we are going to pick React. Use the arrow keys on your keyboard to navigate and then select React. So it's enter. So right now we're going to use JavaScript and not so use the arrow keys on your keyboard and then navigate to where you have JavaScript and hit enter. So once you're there, you can see we are asked to run the 3 commands you see there. The first one is saying cd. So right now we're going to go into our React project by saying cd underscore devfolio underscore app, then hit enter. So once you're there now, so it's time for us to install our project dependencies by saying npm install, hit enter. So this might take some time, but we just have to wait for it to complete the installation. So let's wait. Okay, so right now we are done installing the dependencies for our React application. So we're going to simply open our React app on VS Code, just run the command code and then dots, hit enter. So right now we have our application coming live on VS Code, and right now it's live on VS Code. So over here, just simply say yes, I trust the authors, hit enter. Just yeah, that's it, and then open it. So all the first thing, we have to just clean up this application quickly. So right now I'm gonna let's open the terminal, new terminal. So right now I'm gonna use my command prompt, click on this drop down command prompt. So right now just say npm run dev, that's the command. So to start up our React terminal, so it's enter. The command is npm run dev. So currently just hold down your control key and then click on this link. So it's going to open it on a new tab in your browser. So now let's wait for it to come up. So right now you can see now we have our React projects running successfully. So right now we want to convert this page to something like this. Understand? So this is the default landing page. Once convert this page you see here to this. So now let's go start working on that. So we are going to do some cleanup. A quick one. So go down to your source folder. So you're going to delete the file called app.css. Delete it, we don't need it. Delete it. Yeah, move to recycle bin. It's gone. So we're also going to delete the assets folder. We don't need it. Delete. It's gone. So back to so you have this app.gxs file, this app.gxs, open it. So we don't want the contents of this file anymore. So just let's clear it out. So Control A, yeah, it's done. So right now we're going to use a React snippet to generate our boilerplate components code. And the snippet is RAFCE. Yeah, so right now I just made a boilerplate code for app component. So you may be wondering, how do you come about the React snippet? It's simple. Go down to your extension panel on the left on your VS Code, click on the extension panel, and once you're there, search for EX7. Look up EX7. I think it's the first suggestion. Let's see the other one. Okay, yeah, this one, EX7. Look up EX7 plus. So the snippet is called EX7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. So once you have this snippet installed, you can simply use the RAFCE snippets to generate your boilerplate code like this quickly. So we have this, I'm going to just say hello world. So we've got that there. So over to our index of CSS, we don't need what we have here. I don't think we need it. Okay, let's just clear it off. It's gone. We don't need those stuff. We are building everything. We are starting from scratch. So you go down to your browser, click back here. You can see now we've lost our styles. We only have this hello world message on the screen, right? So now we're making progress. So I told you before, we are also using Tailwind CSS. So it's time for us to go configure Tailwind CSS. Okay, so right now let's configure Tailwind to the browser. It's simple. To our browser now, just search for Tailwind CSS. It's enter. Okay, so we're here. So click on the first link. So right now we are on Tailwind official document. We are on right now on Tailwind's official website. You get so click on get started, click on the button get started. Understand? So okay, and then just scroll down a bit. Over here, click on framework guides. Let me make this bigger, sorry. Over here, click on framework guides. And we're going to select Vit. Let's select Vit. Yeah, so right now we are going to skip this first two parts because we already did this by creating our React project. So we are going to start with this second part, and then we have to install the Tailwind CSS. Just copy this line, copy it, and then back to your terminal. So I'm going to just open a new terminal for our commands. Let's just say, so I think this, give me some time. Ouch, I made a mistake. I'm going to open two new terminal. One is to run our server. The other is to install dependencies. I'm going to say npm run dev. Now let's just say, right now, pasting the command you copied from Tailwind. So yeah, we hit enter. So while it is installing, let's go get the other command. So we're going to copy this other one, the Tailwind CSS init, copy it. So let's wait for this one to install. So right now the command is done installing. So let's run the other command. So it's enter. So it's done. So back to Tailwind website. So okay, now so we have a file called tailwind.config.js. If we check our code now, open the sidebar, you can see we have this file called tailwind.config.js. So I'll simply copy the code, the entire code we have here, copy it, and then I'll paste it, and then I'll paste it into this file. Just Ctrl A and Ctrl V. So we've pasted it there, that's fine. So right now, over to your index.css, copy this, copy everything you have here, back to your index.css, pasting this code. Yep, so we've got this now, and what's the last thing for us to do? So let's run our server one more time. So let's run the server again. Just break the server, say yes, and then make sure you run your server. If you don't run the server, the Tailwind styles won't apply. You say npm run dev, hit enter. Okay, come on. Okay, it's up to the browser. If we go back here, refresh this page, you can see now the Tailwind style has already applied. That's perfect, right? Good. Okay, so right now we've got this now. Tailwind is applied, perfect, right? But we are going to add some more styles, some more custom styles by ourselves. So I'll explain to you later. So I'm going to paste in these styles. Yep, so here they are. So we have some, what's it called? We just added some of our own custom styles like this max container, which we use later on our components. So we have some of these flex centers. So instead of having to always type out flex, justify center, item center, with this class called flex center, we can easily get these three classes with this class up here. The same thing applies to flex start, the same thing applies to active. So over here, we just add to avoid having to write the same line of code several times. With just this class name on top, we can simply point down to these classes of code we mentioned there. It's just a way to avoid repetition. It's a way to avoid having to write the same thing over and over again, right? So that's what it does here. So yeah, you can see we have right now we give our HTML a smooth scroll. Right now the body is set to this background, and over here we have our font. So we are going to use the Ubuntu font. So I'll copy this. It should be on top. It should be at the very top. That's where it's meant to be. So right now all our text, all our fonts is going to simply be Ubuntu, right? So it's going to be Ubuntu. So that's how it says. So that's what we've done so far. So back to the browser, you can see this, the font has applied. So yeah, so we've done right now. We've gotten Tailwind installed. We've gotten Tailwind configured. Right. So over to our page now. We are going to use components from Shadcn UI. For example, this switch icon you see here is from Shadcn. Right. So also this pagination, this over here, this is from Shadcn, and we also have some other components we got from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to show you how to configure Shadcn. So we're going to work on that now. So right now it's time for us to configure Shadcn UI. You might be asking me why Shadcn. Shadcn components are much more modern, you understand, and the component supports the dark mode and the light mode feature we have here. And it supports it, right? So it adapts to light mode, it adapts to dark mode. So the components are modern and they are just the best, right? So I'm going to show you how to configure it right now. Go down to the browser and search for Shadcn UI. So here's a link, the first link, click on it. So we're here now. So once you're here, so up here, okay, first thing first, click on docs. Click on docs now. So click on, you can, right now I recommend you read this introduction. It's going to give you a little insight to how Shadcn works, right? Just read this introductory page. Just read it. I recommend you read it. So right now, click on installation on the left navigation. Click on installation. So we are going to go with Vite. So click Vite. So right now we've done this. We already made our Vite project. So we already have Tailwind configured. So we're going to skip all these parts. So here we are. So we're here now. So right now we are asked to create two files, tsconfig.json and tsconfig.app.json. So this TS stands for TypeScript. It stands for TypeScript, and we are currently using JavaScript and React. So what are we going to do? Back to our code now. We are going to create a file. The first one is tsconfig. So instead of using ts, this time we're going to use js, right? So because we are using JavaScript, right? So create a new file. I'm going to say jsconfig.json. It's enter, right? So just simply copy. Okay, here's a line. Just copy this session. Copy it. Oh, let's copy everything. And I'll show you the parts you need to remove. So paste it here. So from this part upwards, remove it. We only need this part. Yeah, that's what we need. So now we're going to create another file called tsconfig.app.json. Right now, remember, it's going to be called JS. That's because we're on JavaScript. I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called jsconfig.app.json. So I'll copy the contents of this file, copy it, and then we'll paste it here. They're meant to have the same content. And once this is done, yep, so we've done that already. So, okay. We said add the following code to your tsconfig.app.json. Just copy what you have here, copy everything, and then go back to your jsconfig.app.json. Yep, and paste in the code. Yep, so we've done that. So yes, here we are. Here we are. So we need to add. So we need to before now. Let's simply run this command npm id. Just follow me. Okay, we are my terminal. Where are you guys? Oh, they are here. Let's continue. I'll just run this command. Run it. It's enter. While it is running, we have to simply the service should update our vite.config.cs file. And I think we have the file, it's called vite.config.js. That's because we are currently on JavaScript and not TypeScript. So we just copy this block, copy it. It's quite, I don't know, Shadcn is quite complex to configure. but I think it's worth it. They have the best components currently. Beautiful components, beautiful. Check them out, super beautiful. So right now we've already done this, right? So once we've done this now, the next thing now is to install Shadcn itself. So copy this, use npm, and right now let's install Shadcn. So paste this line, hit enter, and let's hope everything goes well. Okay, it's going. So right now we are going to use. So right now, we are going to pick zinc. So it's asking us which color would you like to use as a base color. Let's use zinc. I think zinc is what. Yeah, let's go with from the page here. You can see they said zinc. All right, let's go with zinc. Use the arrow keys. Hit enter. So would you like to use CSS variables for theming? Just you say yes, pick the default values most times. Say yes. So right now it is installing the dependencies. Let's wait for it to configure. Okay, right now we already have Shadcn completely configured. You can still say success. Project initialization completed. You may now add components. That's perfect. That's good. So right now, let's see how we can add a component. So now we're going to use the Shadcn button. So let's want to simply add a Shadcn button to try this out. Before you can use the button, you must simply install the button. You must add it. See, you can see here's a sample. Just copy this. Copy, just say npm, back to your code. Just run the shard. Yeah, hit enter. Let it install. Why is it installing? You're gonna just pick up the button, just copy the button, go down to your, let's go down to our app components, paste the button here, right? So you also need to import the button. So we have the import statement here. Copy it, and just on top of the page. So always remove this import React because we don't need it. So always remove it. So yeah, we have got our import button up there. Yeah, our button has been installed, and we check closely in the source folder. We have a folder called components, and this component is holding the styles for our button, for the Shadcn button. Here are the styles. You can always come here to do some changes. If you know Tailwind CSS, you can come here to configure your button to your taste. But I think the default style is good enough. You don't need to touch it. The default style is good enough. Understand? So we've got our button here. You can also style the button directly. You can style the button here by saying class name. You can style it directly from here. So back to our page now. Let's see if we've got the button. Our button is not. Yeah, here's the button. You can see this. You can see the fill. I can change the background to blue. Just come over here and say class name. Remember, Shadcn supports Tailwind CSS. I'll just say BG. Or let me just say BG Blue. BG Blue 800 back here. Right now you can see it's blue, right? So we are going to use Shadcn component. So right now I think we have to stop here for episode 1. I introduced the application to you. We've configured our project to support Tailwind, to support Shadcn. So I think we've made some progress. So I think I can remove the button. We don't need the button here. So remove the button from Shadcn. Yeah, so back to my code now, back here. So I added a new folder called images. The folder is called images, and it is inside the source folder. So don't worry, if you don't have the folder, you have the source code. The source code is on GitHub, and the link is in this video's description. You can simply get this image folder, and then you can also get the images in the folder. There are just a few images I have there. You can get them. So just for some sample stuff. All right. So yeah. Okay, so back to the source components. We're going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this folder UI underscore components. Yeah, so all our components will live in this folder. So we are going to start from the nav bar. The nav bar is where we are starting from. So right now, let's go over to the nav bar and get started with it. So create a new file inside of UI underscore components. Create a new file. I'm going to call this navbar.jxx. So we've created it already. So once you're on this file, all this first thing, I'm going to say RAFCE to generate the boilerplate templates code, the boilerplate components code. So we've got it. So remember to remove React, remove the import on top. We don't need that import statement. So now we've got our boilerplate navbar code. So I'm going to get the code for the navbar. Okay, so I've gotten the code for the navbar. I've gotten it. I'll simply just come over here, paste it here. So here's the code, simple and straight, simple. So we have, I'm going to explain what's going on here quickly. So right now, I'm not writing the Tailwind code from scratch. No, I'm not doing that. So I'm going to remove this guy. Let me remove this part of the code. I'm going to explain what's going on. So now, right now, you can see we have a nav bar and we have some Tailwind styles on the nav bar. So these are nav, but these are Tailwind has been, these are it has been done. We have the styles straight into the components. If you can check closely, if we check right now, you can see we have this dark, this dark part here. This is what represent the dark theme, the dark mode you see. So we say whenever it is dark mode, change the background to this color. So you have to make sure you prefix it with this dark keyword. That's how Tailwind works. So whenever it is dark, change the navbar background to something dark. This is the dark color we have here. So this is how Tailwind works. I recommend if you don't know Tailwind CSS, it's fine. You can go on YouTube and find any Tailwind tutorial and start learning. You get Tailwind is super easy to use. It is very easy. If you know CSS before, you can easily learn Tailwind in a matter of a few minutes. You get it's super easy to use. So we have our nav bar, we have our logo, which is up here. We have our UL links, the logout, the login, the register, the username link. And right now we have a switch. This switch you see here is from Shadcn UI. It is from Shadcn. So go down to Shadcn now. And then we're going to simply come over on the left panel, on the left side, scroll down to where you can see we have this component section. In this component section, we have the switch over there. We just scroll down to where we have, you can see we have switch. Here's a switch. So you can see over here, you can see this is a switch you have here. This is it. That was a switch I just showed you. This is it, right? So you can see, click on code. So you can get the code for the switch. Here is, okay. Over here now, here is a simple switch code. Just this line, right? This line, copy it. Already have that here, right? This is it here. And for the switch to work, you also need to copy this imports. Right, so I'm going to paste it on top of our nav bar. Right, one more thing again, remember we have to run the install, this command, this npx, you have to run it, it's very important. Copy, choose npm. So you get used to how this stuff works in no time. So just paste the command, hit enter, and let's wait for the switch component to get installed. While it is getting installed, we have one more component again. We have this file hamburger. So this hamburger is what we have here. Let me show you. The hamburger comes from here. So on a smaller screen, maybe on a smaller screen, the hamburger is gonna get displayed. It's for the responsive navigation bar, right? So on a larger screen, the hamburger will disappear, right? So just watch, it's gone. On a smaller screen, the hamburger will appear. On a larger screen, it's gonna disappear. So we need the hamburger. Here's the hamburger. Here is it here, and the hamburger was gotten from React icons. React icon. So this guy is still installing. So go down to React icons, the browser, search for React icons. It's enter. So the first link, it's it. The first link, that's it. So what are we looking for? So just copy this, Ctrl C, back here, paste it here. Looking for the hamburger icon. So here's the hamburger icon. Here is it. Just click on it. You can see this is the icon itself, right? This is the icon. So I right now I just have to style the icon. I increase the size, and I also said that when it is a dark mode, simply change the color to white. When it is in the dark, when we are on dark mode, we are going to change the color to white. So don't worry, the dark mode and the light mode feature is going to be in the next 2 episodes. You understand? Not this episode. I think the next 2 episodes or so, I'm going to show you how the dark mode and light mode feature works. But what we are doing here is this now. So what we are seeing here is that whenever it is, for example now, so whenever it is dark, we want to change the text to white. The same thing, this hamburger it comes in a black color by default. So we are saying that whenever it is dark, change the color to white. So we give you some Tailwind styles here. So if you hover around it, you can see what the styles are saying in plain CSS. And for you to see these styles, you have to make sure you have Tailwind IntelliSense installed. Go down to your extension panel on VS Code, and then you can search up Tailwind, right? So it's going to come up. The first suggestion is called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So make sure you have this extension installed. With this extension, you're going to have autocomplete. You don't have to type in all the. Once you start typing, you're going to see some suggestion for your Tailwind styles. You get, and with the Tailwind IntelliSense, if you over on the CSS, you're going to see the pure CSS code, simple and short. So now I just showed you how we could get our hamburger icon. I had to search for the icon itself. This is the icon which we have over here, this hamburger, and I have to give it some custom Tailwind styles, right? And now let's copy the import statements. Ctrl C, and just under the switch, paste it there. We are not done. We also have to install React icons. I'm going to say npm install React icons. It's enter. So right now we have React icon installed. Perfect. So I think we are good now. So for us to see the nav bar, we can't see the nav bar yet. We can't see anything. We're still having this hello world. So you have to simply just take the nav bar. We have to simply import the nav bar to our parent component, which is the app.gxs. I'm going to remove this hello world, and then let's just type in the nav bar. By typing the nav bar, I hope it gets suggested for us. You can see it here. This is the nav bar. It has been suggested for us. Just click on this. Right, so close it. Yeah, we have the nav bar here. Here's our app component. The app component is what is rendered on the browser, you get. So we have the nav bar in our app component, and over to our browser. Let's wait for it. I think it's loading, and boom, we've got the app. We've got our nav bar. Currently, we are still on the light mode. Very soon, in the next 2 episodes, you will learn about how to toggle this switch to bring in the dark mode, the light mode. You're going to learn about that in the coming episodes. But for now, we are still on the light mode. So if we have our nav bar, so what's next? Now to work on. Yeah, we also have this hamburger. Remember, the hamburger is only visible on a small screen size. That's what we did here. It's only visible on a small screen size. So that's it. So right now, what we want to do is this now. Whenever we're on a small screen, I want to simply click on the hamburger to show the navigation bar, to show the user's name, something like this. Whenever we're on a small screen like this, whenever we click on the hamburger, I want to simply display the nav bar like this. So we are going to work on that next. Okay, so right now let's build up the components for this responsive navbar. So I mean this session we have here, this part. Now let's do it quickly. Back to our code, over to the UI components folder, create a new file called responsive nav responsive navbar.jxx. Enter. Yeah, so I'll paste, let me just say RAFCE. Remember, as usual, let me get the code. Back here, I'll paste in the code here. So we've got our responsive navbar. It's very simple, straight to the point. And this responsive navbar, we're going to simply have to bring it over to the navbar, over to our navbar components, just under here, under the navbar. We're going to just say responsive navbar. Yeah, so we've got this now. So currently in React, you cannot have two parent elements in React. You can only have a single parent element. So we're going to simply use a fragment to wrap up this. So use a fragment and then scroll down. We're going to close it here. So yeah, so we've gotten the responsive navbar, and this responsive navbar can only get displayed on smaller screens. Let's see what we have. You can see it's not there. If I start minimizing my page, you can see the responsive navbar is now displaying on a larger screen. You won't see it there. So right now, I want to simply add a state that will help us toggle this responsive navbar. Let's add that state quickly. Back to our code. In the navbar, I'm going to just declare a state. I'm going to say const. Let me just say const show navbar. So we're going to say set show navbar. Default value is going to be false. It's going to say use states. Default value will be false. So whenever we click on the hamburger icon, we want to simply toggle the value of show navbar. We want to simply toggle the value true, false, true, false, true, false, true. You get. So I'm going to add an on-click event on this hamburger. I'm going to say on-click should be equal to, then we're going to simply just say set show navbar. So right now I'm going to pick the current value of show navbar and I'll simply negate it. And then back here for this responsive navbar, I'm going to simply only display it whenever show navbar is true. Whenever it is true. Hope this is not too small. I think it's too big, so that's the browser. Currently, show navbar is false. If I click on this, it's not true. If I click again, true, false, true, false. So we are done with this now. So what's next? We want to work on this. What was it called? Let's work on this banner section, this part. Let's work on it. So let's work on that quickly. So back to the UI components folder. We're going to create a new file. We're going to call it header.jxx. Header.jxx. I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on. Yep. So paste in this code here. So we have this simple code now. Simple. So as for the image on the header, as for that banner image, so that banner image is coming from the images folder, this folder here. And this is the folder. This tech girl is the folder. Let's close this now. So I'm going to just simply import the image. We're going to call the image banner. I'm going to just say import banner from. So we're going to leave the current folder we are in, come out of it, and then we're going to go into images, and the name of the file is called, let me say the name. It's called techgirl.jpg, techgirl.jpg. So here's the banner now. Just copy it. We have the same source here. Oh no, Ctrl Z. So now this is what we've got now. So we have to just simply bring down this header. So our app components under the navbar. Header, come on, suggested for me. Yep, so we've got it suggested. And then, yep, so we've got it now. It's the browser. Let's see what we've got. Yep, so we've gotten our nav bar, we've gotten our header. So what next? Let's work on this session, on this blog session. Let's work on it now. Okay, so right now let's work on this blog card component, this individual blog cards. Let's work on it quickly. It's very fast. So back here, over to the UI components folder, we're going to create a new file called blog card. So it's called blogcard.jxx. It's enter. So RAFCE. Come on. Yeah. So paste in the code for the blog card. Yeah. So it's simple, very simple. So right now we've got some stuff here. We have the badge. We have this badge. But this badge is a separate component on its own. We have the card, but let me show you what they are. As for the badge you see here is simply this badge is here that says front end. This badge you see, this is the badge, and here is the card footer that holds the author's name, the author's profile picture, and the date the article was created, right? This is the card footer, this is the badge. So, and they are components, this is the card footer, this is the badge. So we are going to create these two components, badge and card footer. Back to the UI components folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this one badge.jxx. Badge.jxx. It's enter. RAFCE. So I'll get the code for the badge, right? Let me get the code for the badge. So right now I've gotten the code for the badge components. I'll just paste it here. Yeah. So here it is. Simple. Okay, so we've got this tool, we've got the badge ready. Let's remove this import React on top. So our badge is ready. And what's next? So let's work on the card footer. The card footer, create a new component, new file, card. It's called card footer. .jxx. It's enter. Let's say RAFCE. Come on, enter. So remove the import React on top. So now I'm going to get the code for the card footer. All these things are linked in the video's description. So pasting the code here. The card footer needs this picture. Remember, I showed you something here. This picture. Yeah, this is the author's profile picture, and we have to get it. Remember, we have a folder called images here, and we're going to use this pic.jpg. We're going to simply use this picture here. So I'll just come over here and just say imports. We can give it whatever name we like. We're going to say import pic from. Remember, we have to come out of this UI components. We're going to say double dots, and then we're going to go into images / pic.jpg. So this is the pic here. This is the image here. We have to place it here in this source attribute. So the card footer is done. Our badge is also done. So let's go down to the blog card and import card footer. Let's also import badge. Just say badge. Come on, suggest it for me. So this is it. Yep, so we got the badge up there. Let's also import card footer. Just remove some text from it and then try typing it again. It's going to suggest it for you. That's a simple trick. So we have card footer imported now. So what's this thumbnail? This thumbnail is simply these pictures. For each of the blog posts, you can see they all have a picture. So that's what the thumbnail is. So where is the thumbnail coming from? It's coming from the images. Yeah, I think there's a thumbnail here. Yeah, this is a thumbnail. So back to the blog card, we're going to just say import thumbnail from. We're going to go into the images folder by coming out of the UI components folder by doing double dots / images / the name of the file is called design_vii.jpg. So here's our thumbnail. We've imported it now. So what's the next phase? So I think we have our blog card component is done. Remember, if you check closely now, but this blog card you see here is inside of another component called blog container, right? So now let's create the blog container components. Back to your UI components folder, create a new file. I will say blog container .jxx. It's enter. So say RAFCE, right? Yeah, so we've got this done. So once we've got the blog, so now the blog container, I am going to get the code for the blog container. So here I am. I'll simply just replace this. So if you check, here's our blog container, simple code, and you can see it has this blog card inside. So all we have to do is simple. Let's just simply import blog card. I'm going to just simply, sorry for this. Let me just try this blog card, CAR. Yeah, so here it is. So we have it imported at the top. We have our blog container our blog container is currently housing 6 blog cards, right? So yeah, so I think we're making progress. So we have to bring this blog container down to our app components. You just say blog container. Come on, suggest it for me. Yep. So we've got this now. So back to the browser. What we've done, you can see we have our blog container with 6 blog cards. So what's next? The next thing is our footer. Let's simply configure the footer quickly. Remember, we are going to skip this pagination. When we get there, we are going to simply add this pagination element. But for now, we'll skip it. We'll come back to it. Let's work on the footer. Okay, so right now I feel our footer is the simplest to do. Very easy. So now go down to the component, go down to code now. So in the UI components, we're going to create a new file called footer.jxx. So know you're going to say RAFCE. Yeah. So here's the footer. I'll paste in the code is quite long. It's quite long. Yep. It's quite long, but it's just normal HTML and Tailwind styles. Nothing difficult. So all these guys, you have to import them. These are all from React icons. How can you import them? So just copy one of them, go down to the React icon website, you paste it here. Understand? Paste it here. You can see this is just click on it. You can see here is the icon, here is the import statement. So that's how you can get them. I won't be going through that. I won't be doing that. I'll just copy everything. I already had it somewhere saved. Just paste it here. So I've gotten the whole import I needed. So I showed you you can go down to React icon. You can just search for Instagram. So pick the one you like, click on any one you like, click on it, and you can pick up the components and then the imports, and that's how it's done, right? So here's our footer now. We've gotten the imports on top for these social media icons, right? So now we have to bring down the footer to the app components just under the blog container. We're going to pass in the footer. Let's just try importing footer. Yeah, here it is. Okay, back to the browser. Here we are. Load up. Okay, so let's see. We have our footer. That's nice. We have the home page built up. So before we complete this episode, I want to do one more thing. This what was it called? The title up here. I want to change it to something better. The title up here. I want to make it called the folio. Over here on the tab, it is called the folio. Let's call this one. Let's change the name now. So go down to your index.html. You find a file called index.html. Yeah, so here is it. So let's change this to, let's just say building the folio. And as for this icon, I'll show you how you can add it. So go down to the browser, just search for emoji to favicon, search for it. So just scroll down. Yeah, we click on this CSS tricks URL, click on it. Yeah, so here is the link you need. Just copy this link, copy it, Ctrl C, copy, back to your code. Simply replace this link rel icon. Simply replace it with what you copied, and we're going to put in the burger emoji. Hold on. Currently, I'm on a Windows computer. Hold down your Windows key, and the period key on your keyboard. Hold it down, and you see your emoji pop up. So I'm going to just click on the burger icon, and back to my browser. Here we have, still loading up. Let's wait for it. So you can see here we have, it says building. We are currently building the folio, right? So yeah, so right now we are done with the home page. So in the next episode, you're going to learn how to route between different pages. How to route. We're going to work on routing in the next episode. So see you there. So in this episode, we are going to learn routing, how to route from one page to another. So currently we are on the home page. So we can route to the detail page if we want to. So currently now we are on the detail page. If you click on this, if you click on this author's name, if you click on it, and you can see right now we are on the user's profile page, right? So I'm going to show you how we can route between these pages. So far, this is what we've done so far. Currently, we only have the home page. We can't route to the detail page yet. So I'm going to show you how that is being done. You will learn that in this video. And if you check closely, we have the navbar and the footer. They are all on every page. So you check, we have the navbar on the home page. If you go down to your detail page, you can see the navbar and the footer are still there. If you go down to your login page, the navbar and the footer are still there. So I'm going to show you how to configure your navbar and footer to make it available on all your pages. So you're going to learn about that in this episode. So without further ado, let's get started. So back to our code. So right now, we are going to go over to our app.gxs component. That's our parent component. So you can see here we have the navbar, the header. This is the header here. This region, this image here, I call it header, right? And this is our block container. The block container is holding the individual block cards. So back to our app component, we have the navbar, the header, and block container. So right now we are going to create a new component called home page, and this component is going to hold the header and block container, right? So we are going to do that right now. So back to our code now. We have to create a new folder in the source folder. We are going to create a new folder in the source folder, and the name of this folder is going to be called pages. So I'll say new folder. I'm going to call it pages. So this pages folder is going to hold all our different pages. So we have the home page, the detail page, the sign up page. We have up to 6 pages on this project. So right now I'm going to create our first page, which is the home page. I'm going to say new file. We'll say home page.jxx. So if you gain value so far, do well to smash the subscribe button. And right now we're going to create a new. Right now we're going to generate our boilerplate code with the React snippets. So right now I've got a new. Right now you can see now we have a new home page component. So I'm going to simply bring in the header and the block container into the home page components. That's where they are meant to be. So I've brought them here. So we have to import header and block container, right? So so remember the trick. Just remove some text from header and try typing it back. You're going to see the suggestion. Click on it. As for block container, remove some texts and then try typing it back slowly. You're going to get a suggestion to import it. Right now we have our own page now. Our own page is, as for the home page, we are going to use a React fragment to wrap it. We're going to use React fragment, not a div, right? So we're going to enclose it in a React fragment and not a div. Okay, so we've got this now. Okay, perfect. Our home page is ready. So back to our page now. Let's see what we have. Right now you can see we only have the nav bar and the footer. The home page is gone. So don't worry, we are going to configure that later. So right now we're going to create another page called detail page. Detail page. Detail page.jxx. So right now this is what our detail page looks like. So we click here. Oh, what was happening? So here's our detail page where you can read more on the blog. You get, so here's our detail. Here is how the detail page looks like, right? So I already have the code built out. So right now we're going to say refce, it's enter, and just here pasting the code for our detail page. Yeah, it's a simple code. If you check closely now, the detail page has some components like the badge, the blog writer. So we already have this badge component. We already have it. Understand? This is what the badge this is the badge components here. This badge you see here. It's also on the home page. We also have it here. So just simply import the badge component into the detail page. Badge. Okay, there is a suggestion. So right now we are going to create a new component called blog writer. Blog writer. Back to your UI components folder. We're going to create a new file called blog writer.jxx. Oh, it says blog writer.jxx. The name is not valid as a file name or folder name. Choose a different name. What's wrong? It says the name is not valid. Let's try again. New file. Blog writer.jxx. Okay, it has been created now. refce. Come on. So right now I'm going to get the code for our blog writer. I have to get the code. So I've gotten the code now, but before I paste it, let me show you what the blog writer component looks like. So back here, here's our blog writer. There's a blog writer component. This part that holds the author's picture, the author's name, and the date the blog was created, right? So right now, back to our code now, pasting the code for the blog writer components. So that is it. Here is it now. So the blog writer needs an image. So we have to import this pic image. So I'm going to just say import pic from. So we're going to go into we're going to come out of the UI components folder. We'll come out of it, and then we're going to go into images. And we have a folder in the images folder. We have an image in the images folder called pic.jpg. So that's the name now. So that's where we had to import this pic image from. So back to our detail page. Let's import blog writer. You know the trick now. I'm going to say just type it in slowly to get your components. Here is a suggestion. Click on it, and we have our blog writer imported. As for the banner image, the banner image is coming from our images folder, and it's called detailbanner.jpg. Detailbanner.jpg. Come on. Okay, here's the image. Just close it. So back to our detail page. Let's import this banner. I'll say import banner from. You're going to come out of the pages folder and go into images, and the image name is called detailbanner.jpg. So that's it. So we've gotten our detail page set. We have our home page ready. We have the detail. We also have our detail page ready. And lastly, let's work on the profile page. Understand? Let's work on it quickly. So back here, over to your pages folder, create a new file called profile page.jxx and hit enter. So I'm going to say refce. Come on. Yep. So we've got the profile. We're working on the profile page now. So our profile page needs a component called hero. The hero content. This part here is the hero component. This part that contains the author's name, the author's bio, and social media links is called the hero component. So we're going to create a new component called hero. Back here, back to your UI components folder. I'm going to create a new component called, say new file and say hero.jxx. It's enter. I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on. Yeah, so right now I'm going to simply get the code for our hero components. So now I've gotten the code for the hero component. I'll paste it in here. So we've got the code already. So right now we have to also import this pic image again up here. I'm going to say import pic from, we're going to come out of the UI components folder and go into images. I'm going to say the image name is called pic.jpg. Right, so we've got this now. So what's next? We also need to import all these React icons. So I'll just simply copy the import statement and paste on top. So back here, pasting the React icons. Yeah, so we've got them. So right now we've got our hero component set. So we're going to go over to our profile page now. So we're going to use a React fragment. Right, React fragments. And right now we're going to put in the hero components, hero. So just as for me, what's wrong? Yeah. And then we're going to then put in our block container. The block container is what you see on that. Here's the block container, right? Here's the block container, this region. So just put in the block container. So suggest this for me. So I'm typing. Here it is. Click on it. Yeah, so we've got our profile page set. So right now, we've go back to our project. We still have only the navbar and the footer. So how do we configure? How do we go from right now? We have all our pages ready, but as you can see, we are not having. As you can see now, the page is just showing only the navbar and the footer. So how do we navigate between the pages already created? How do we navigate across the pages we have? So we're going to work on that next. Okay, so right now it's time for us to route our pages. So we're going to install an external library called React Router DOM. So we have to install a new library called React Router DOM. So I'm going to open a new command prompt. So open a new command prompt, and then we're going to run. So the command is called, I'm going to say npm install React Router DOM. It's enter. So while it is installing, so back to our app components. So in the app components, we are not meant to have any of the components in our app components. They are not meant to be there. So we are going to create a separate parents component. We are going to create a new parents component. And over to your UI components folder, create a new file called app layouts.jxx. So this app layout is going to serve as one new parent component. You get, so because we are not meant to have, if you are building a multi-page application with React.js, you are not meant to have any of your components in the app components like this. You get, so right now I've made a new parent component called app layout. So this app layout will hold all our various components, and I'll show you how right now. So right now, I already have the React Router DOM package installed. It has been installed already. So right now, over to our app layouts, over to the app layouts components. So we are going to generate our usual boilerplates using the React snippets. So we've got it there. So right now, what we're going to do, simple. So right now, we're going to just simply replace the div with a main tag. Yeah. And we're gonna give it this class name. Yeah. So remember I remember I spoke about this dark tag we have. This dark simply means that whenever our site is in dark mode, give it this background color we have here. This background color that is here. That's what the tag means. This dark tag means. As for this one, this is the width. This is full width. This is a background color of something similar to white. So, okay, now we've got our main right now. So now let's complete the app layout. So in the app layout, we are going to have our nav bar, right? Let's import it. What's happening? Nav bar, come on, suggest it. Yeah, here it is. And we are going to then have the footer. These are the two global components, right? The nav bar and the footer, because they are on all pages, right? So if we have our nav bar and the footer now, so what's the next thing now? So we have to. What about the pages in between? What about the pages in between the nav bar and the footer? These are the right now. These pages. Right now. These pages. For example, the home page is in between the nav bar and the footer. This is a profile page rather. So the home page is also in between the nav bar and the footer. So how do we configure this? So React Router DOM gave us a package called outlets. So we are going to put the outlets in between the navbar and the footer. It is called outlets. It is from React Router DOM. Outlets, come on. Yeah, so here is the suggestion from React Router DOM. Click on it. So now this outlet represents all our pages in between the navbar and the footer. That's what the outlet represents. So we've got this set now. So what's the next phase? So we have our app layout. So back to our app components, we are going to simply clear out everything here, because you are not meant to have your components in your app you're not meant to have your components in the app components. Hope you get. So right now we're going to use our browser router from React Router DOM. It's called browser router. So you can see the suggestion here. Click on it, and then it's right now close it. You're going to have our routes. It has a X. So we have to import routes from React Router DOM. Just paste it here. And we also need the routes. The singular routes. So the singular routes. So we've got it closed. So the singular route now is going to simply point down to our app layout, to the app layer. Sorry, to our app layouts components. This singular route is going to be the parent routes of every other route, and this route is going to have a path that points to the app layout, to our app layout components. So it's going to have the / that represent the home page, and the elements it's going to be pointing to is the app layout component, our new parent element, right? So it's called app layouts. I expect, yeah, that's a suggestion. And make sure it is self-closing. Yes. Let's import routes from React Router DOM also. So now we've got our parent route, which is the app layout. So every other route will come inside of this app layout. So we are going to provide the route for the home page. We're going to say routes. And for example, the home page, now back to where we are here, over here, the home page now is the default page. If you come over to this site, the first page you see is the home page. It is a default page, right? It is a default page inside of the app layout, right? So how do we do that now? To make the home page the default page, just simply put index. We're going to say element should be equal to home page. Yeah, so we're going to close this. So right now, this route now is self-closing. So like this now, home page now, let's simply import home page. Sure, come on, suggest. So here's the imports now. So right now, we're going to add for our detail page, going to say routes. I'm going to say path should be equal to, let's say detail. And the elements is the detail page. Element should be equal to detail page. And detail page, let's try and import the detail page. Come on. Right now, let's do it for the last one for the profile page. We're going to say routes, and the path should be equal to profile. and the element should be equal to profile page. So just as for me, come on. Yep. So now we've got our 3 pages set now. We've got them set, right? So we've got them set now. So to the browser, right, now you can see now we've got our home page back again. So if we go down to /profile, /profile, hit enter. Come on, you can see we have our profile page. That's good. So now if you go down to /detail, localhost /detail, that's our detail page. Hit enter. Ouch, our detail page is showing an error. It's not displaying. Go down to the console. It says no routes match location detail. So we are going to assume later we are going to add the not found page. We are going to add that later. So it's called detail. Spelled it, path should be equal to detail, element should be called detail page. But it's saying no routes. Okay, let's see what the problem is. Hit enter. Come on. Okay, sorry, it's currently we are on 5174, not 5173. This is on 5173. That was what the problem is. Come on, don't waste my time. So now let's go down to the detail page and see. Hit enter. So yeah, so right now we got our detail page. Good, we got our detail page, right? So now what I'm going to do next now is for us to add, so whenever we click on the folio, once we take it down to the home page, if I click on cleansing, I want to get down to the profile page, and if I come over and if I click on the individual block cards, I want to go over to my detail page. So let's work on that next. Okay, so right now right now we want to link for example, this logo to the home page. My name now is going to be linked to the profile page. So let's work on that. Let's just start it. So back to your nav bar. So remember in the nav bar we have in our nav bar. If you check close now, you can see here's the folio. This is our logo. So what we're going to do is simple. We're going to simply just switch this A tag to link. So in React, it is called link and not the anchor tag in HTML. And yeah, we're going to, and this store attributes, this is a prop called to. So it's going to point out to the home page, which is the /, right? So in HTML, it is called href, but in React, in HTML, it is called href, but in React, it is called to, right? So that's how we do it now. As for my username cleansing, so we're going to simply link it down to the profile page using the link tag. I'm going to say link. Right, so I'll put in my name there. And it's going to point down to our profile page. Right, so that's it. And lastly, as for the detail page, we are going to simply go down to our, to the block card component. Yeah, we're going to simply link this username. We are going to link, this title, the title of our blog. It's going to be taking us to the detail page of the blog, right? So just take this into the link components, and we have to import link from React router DOM. Import link, hit enter. Yep. So we're going to link to the detail page, detail, and that's it. Back here, click on the folio. We're on the home page. Click on cleansing. We're on the detail page, and if I click on this title, we are still click on any of the title, detail page, click on cleansing, profile page. So right now you're able to route between the pages. But there's one thing now. So if I click on cleansing, we have several links on the nav bar. How do I know which of the link is active? I clicked on cleansing. I can't even tell which of the link I clicked on. So I'm going to show you how to rectify this. So now back to our nav bar. back to the nav bar. So here is, okay, now here is eye cleansing. Is it here? So instead of using the link, instead of using link, we can use we can use nav link instead. Nav link is also from React router DOM. You get, so a nav link, with nav link you can simply identify, you can simply know which of the link is currently active. You get, right? So it's called nav link. You can know which of the link is currently active. We're going to give it a class name now. We're going to give it an active class name. So for it to work now, this is how we do it in React. So now we're going to check. We have an attribute called is active. So we are going to check if is active. If it is true, we're going to check if it is true. I'm going to use an arrow function here. What's happening? Okay, let me just. So we're going to use an arrow function, right? Oh, there is a mix-up somewhere. So let me just rewrite this again. It's called nav link. Nav link. We're going to say eye cleansing. And inside there, we're going to have a class name. So we're going to check out for the is active. We're going to check out for is active first. We're going to say is active. If is active is true. If it is true, we're going to say if is active. If it is true, I'm going to simply put in the active class. If it is not true, we're going to just simply use an empty string there, right? So this is how we do it now. With this now, we are going to know which of the link is active with the nav link, right? So that is how we do it. This active class has been styled in our index.css. We have the style there in the index.css. So here's the active class. It has been styled there already. Hope you get. Here is it, active. Yeah, so back to my nav bar. So now here is it. Now if I come back here, you can see now, if I click on the folio, there is a mix-up. Let's see. Okay, now, so right now you can see now, we have a sign there. If I click on the home page, so nothing is happening. Go back to the nav link. So let's add the toe prop. This should be to the profile page. So our profile page, right? So let me just, yeah, I just have to format the code by using Ctrl X. So now, right now, click on eye cleansing. Right now, it tells us that this is the active link. If I click back on the folio, right now you can see now it's gone. So that is how we should be. So once we activate the login page and the register page, if you click on any, for example, now we see how this one works. If I click on login, it shows me that login is currently the active link. If I click on register, it tells me that register is currently the active link, right? So yeah, so that's how it is. That's how it is. I think now that we are done with episode 3. And in episode 4, we are going to work on the lights mode and the dark mode theme. So see you there. Okay guys, welcome to episode 4 of the Django and React series. And in this episode, I'm going to show you how to implement the lights mode, the dark mode, and the lights mode feature. So you're going to learn about that in this current episode. So now back to our code now. So currently, in the last episode, we worked on routing, whereby you can route from one page to another, right? So in this episode now, I want to simply work on the lights mode and dark mode feature. So let's work on that next. So back to our code now. If you look at your components closely, for every component you have, you see that we always have there is this dark keyword. Let me just open one of the components, navbar. We always have this dark keyword that helps to point out the style our components we have whenever whenever we are on dark mode, by default, our styles uses light mode. So this dark style you see here always mean, for example, now it means that whenever we're on dark mode, the background color will be a dark color. This X code you see here is a dark color. So that's how it is. And right now, it says that whenever we're on dark mode, the text in the navbar should be white. The color of the text should be white. So right now, I'm not going to go into details about these things. So just get a Tailwind course online on YouTube. You learn about how Tailwind works. It's super simple, very, very easy to use. Tailwind is super easy to use. So that's it now. So that's the first step. So once that is done now, we have to go down to our Tailwind config.js file. Tailwind config in the, where is it called? Yeah, in the export defaults, you have to add this line called dark mode. Right, so for most times I prefer it to just be a normal string. Yeah, dark mode, something like this. Just put dark mode and then put in this class. You have to do that, right? That's number 2 step. And the last thing you have to do now, it's not the last thing, but one more thing, go down to your app layout components, your app layout. Remember, that's our new parent components. The app layout is like the new parent components. So back to your app layouts components. Where are you? Open the UI components folder, and here we are. Yeah, so now we're going to simply wrap. This right now, this main tag is what is holding the entire project. We have the navbar, the pages in between the navbar and the footer, and we have the footer. So this right now, this session is what holds the entire project. So right now, I'll come over here and I'll just put in another div, right? And I'll give it a class name of dark. I'm going to give it a class name of, I'm going to say class name should be equal to dark. You go down to our project now, you're going to see it's now dark mode is loading. Once it's done loading now, everything on our site now will turn, right now our site will switch from the light mode to the dark mode. So once it's done loading, we're going to see it. As you can see now, it has switched from the dark mode, from the light mode to the dark mode, right? Just because of what I showed you, you had to go down to your tailwind.config, you put in this class, this dark mode, and then class, and back to your parent components, you put in another parent div that, and then put in the class name of dark. Right, once I remove this thing, to go back to the default, it's going to return back to the light mode. Once I remove this, go down to the page now and refresh. Now it is now back to the light mode. So right now, what we want to do is this now. You want to simply show this dark mode conditionally whenever something happens, whenever we toggle this switch, right? That's what we want to do. So how do we go about it? So first of all, I'm going to remove this dark class for now. So in our app layout, I'm going to declare I'm going to simply declare, what's it called? A state. I'm going to say const, I'm going to say dark mode. It's going to be, I'm going to say dark mode, and I'll say set dark mode. And they're going to put a use state, set dark mode should be equal to use states. I will say false. So by default, dark mode is set to false. So I'm going to have to import use states from React. I'll say import use states from React. So we've got that imported. Yep. So put in the, what was it called? They call the semicolon. So now use state is now, our dark mode is dark mode now. This state is false by default. So right now I'm going to create a function. I'm going to say undo dark mode. So I want to make sure that whenever I want to simply work, whenever I toggle the switch, I want to simply change the value. I want to simply negate the value of this dark mode. If it is false, it's going to be true. If it is true, it's going to be false. You get? So what I'm trying to do. So right now I'm going to say set dark mode. So simply just say set dark mode. We're going to just say current value. The current value is false. And then I'll simply negate the current value. If you negate false, it's going to be true. So that's it now, right? So I have to just pass this to as a prop down to the nav bar, the dark mode. Pass it here. And also undo dark mode. And we have to receive these two prop in the navbar components. Where's our navbar? So, yeah, let me just copy them quickly. This is dark mode, paste it here, and undo dark mode, paste it here. So we got the two of them there. So now simply this, I'll simply just copy this function. And whenever I toggle the switch, the switch now listens for an unchecked, sorry, not here. How did I get there? How did I get back here? So back to the nav bar. So see now our switch now, it listens for a checked change event. I'm gonna say uncheck change. Right now the switch listens for a checked change event, just the way our input listens for an on click, just the way our form listens for a submit event. You get, and for example, also our input listens for a change event. That's how the switch listens for a checked change event. And whenever the what is it called? And whenever the switch is toggled, we want to simply call this function. And yeah, and over here, I'm going to say checked should be equal to dark mode. Remember, dark mode is either for a true or false value, and checked should be equal to dark mode. So that's it. And back to our app layout. So we're going to come over here and say, so we're going to simply add that dark class conditionally. We're going to say if dark mode is true, simply add the dark class, else add nothing. Right, so what we want to do now. So currently dark mode is false. Once we just refresh the page. So do this now. Ouch, it's not working. Let's see what the problem is. Okay, back to our code now. Let's go back to the navbar component. That's what I did wrong. Oh, see my mistake. Sorry, this is meant to be, it's not meant to be here. Sorry. It's meant to be inside. This is where it's meant to be. Yeah, this is where it's meant to be. So sorry for that. It's meant to be here and not in this. Remember, this is a state on its own. So I mistakenly had to impute the stuff there. It's meant to be here. That's the issue. I hope everything is fine now. Okay. So back here, refresh. So toggle, perfect. You can see it's working. If you untoggle it, you can see toggle, but there's a problem. We're not done. I'll show you what the issue is. The dark mode is taking effects already. It's taking effect already. But if I refresh the page right now, you can see right now, if I refresh, you can see it has returned back to the lights mode. That's wrong. If you come over here, because currently now with toggle, even if I refresh the page on the one we've done on the already built app, if I refresh the page, you can see we're going to still get our dark mode back again after refreshing the page. We'll get the dark mode. You can see we got our dark mode back again. But for this one, if it turn dark, if I refresh, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to simply go back to the lights mode, and we don't want that. So to avoid this, now we have to simply we have to simply work with our local storage to make the states. We have to persist our states on our local storage, and I'll show you how right away. Okay, so here is where the challenge is. Back to our code now. So we have these states here by default shown. Sorry, not this. Yeah, back to our dark mode. So our dark mode now, the value by default is false. If we toggle the value to true and then refresh the page, dark mode will return back to false, right? That is how it is. So right now, I want to simply persist this value. If it is false, I want to make sure it remains false. Even after refreshing the page, it still remains false. If it is true, I want to make sure it remains true. Even after reloading, even after refreshing the page, it remains true. I want to make sure that the value only changes whenever we toggle. You get, so for example now, dark mode is set to false. Once I toggle once I toggle the switch, dark mode is now true. But once I refresh this page right away, dark mode returns back to false. So we have to find a way to make sure we persist the value of dark mode even after reloading the page. It still does not change value. It only changes its value whenever we toggle the switch. So that's where our local storage comes in. So for now, I'm going to check now. We are going to use a use effects hook. Yeah, I'm going to say use effects. Whenever our page renders, we want to check for something. Let's import use effects from React. Okay, whenever our page renders, I want to simply check for something, right? So right now, we just simply check our look. We're going to say if local storage dot get item, we just say dark. If local storage dot get item dark, if it is equal to nothing, if it is equal to null, that's nothing, right? Null. If it is equal to null, if there is no item called dark in our local storage, if there is no item, we're going to simply create an item. I'm going to say local storage dot set item. I will say dark should be equal to false, as in a string. False, a string, right? Should be equal to false. That's whenever right now we are going to check our local storage. Whenever the page renders, we check our local storage to see if our local storage has an item called dark. If it does not have any item called dark, we are going to simply create a new local storage item called dark, and we are going to give it this value of false as a string. You get, so right now, instead of us having to place false here, we are going to simply make it more dynamic. We are going to just say if local storage dot get item dark is equal to true. Is equal to true. So right now what we're doing here is a dynamic stuff now. So if this condition is true, that means dark mode will be true. The value of dark mode will be true. If this condition is false, that means the value of dark mode will be false, right? So what we're doing now is same. That's what we did there. Now you get, so we are trying to make this, we are trying to persist the value, we are trying to persist the value of this state called dark mode. So using our local storage now. So here is how it goes again. First thing first, once our page renders, we check our local storage to see if we have an item called dark. If there is no item, we simply set our local storage to. We're going to simply create a new item in our local storage called dark. We are going to give it a value of false. So right now we are not checking again for our dark mode. We are checking to see if the item called dark, if the value is true. If the value is true, that means dark mode will be set to a Boolean value of true. But if this condition is false, dark mode will be set to a Boolean value of false. So we are not done now. So back here, we are going to come back here now. And it's time for us to toggle. It's time for us to, whenever we toggle, what we want to do is, whenever we toggle, we want to simply update our local storage and also update our state. That's what we want to do. If our local storage is saying false, we want to convert it to true. The same thing for our dark mode. If our dark mode is false, we want to convert it to true. So whenever we toggle the switch, we're going to say we're going to say const new dark mode should be equal to the opposite of dark mode. So if dark mode is false, new dark mode is true. If dark mode is true, new dark mode is false. So we are saying new dark mode should be equal to the opposite of dark mode, and then we are going to just say set dark mode. Then we are going to simply update dark mode to the value of new dark mode. That's whenever we toggle the switch, right? So we are going to simply update the value of dark mode to new dark mode. So new dark mode now, the value is always the negative, it's always the opposite of dark mode. You get, so whenever we toggle the switch, the value of new dark mode is always going to be the opposite value of dark mode. If dark mode is true, the value of new dark mode is false. And then we are going to simply update our dark mode to the value that comes from new dark mode. And right now, then I'm going to say local storage dot set item. So I'm going to simply set item dark, right? Then I'm going to say if new dark mode is true, we are going to simply return true, right? Else return false. So with this now, we just persisted this dark mode state. We just persisted it with the help of local storage. We have persisted the state of dark mode. So back to our browser now. So if you go down, you can open your local storage now. Local storage, let me open that, storage. Local storage. So you can see we have the value of dark mode. Let me just clear out my local storage, delete all. So back to our home page. So now I'll refresh the page again, refresh. So what happens here is, see what happens. Let me explain what happens. By default, remember we didn't have anything in our local storage. So this is what happened. So we checked now, nothing was in the local storage. Then we had to now create a new item called dark and give it the value of false. What just happened over here? What just happened here? I'm going to do it again. Let me just delete these guys. I want to make sure you get what I'm saying. Oh, how do I delete them? I can't delete it again. It seems to. Let me just try again. Delete stack. So now if I refresh now, because there is nothing there, then it's going to create a new local storage item called dark, and the value is false. So the value is false now, and right now the value is false. And for this use states, we are trying to see if the value is true. We are trying to see if the value is true, right? But currently the value is saying false. That means we are going to have a false value as the value of our dark mode state. Right, so right now for this undo dark mode is what is going to help us update our dark mode and also the local storage. So right now if I toggle this, you see that the value of this dark will turn to true. You can see it turned true. It is not true. Right, so even if I refresh, the value is not true, right? As the value is true, that means this dark mode is going to also be true. It's also going to be true, right? Even if I refresh, because the value from our use states, the value for our dark mode, the value comes from the local storage, right? Currently, the value is set to true. Once it is true, this dark mode state will also be true, right? So if I refresh this now, refresh. If I go back to my local storage, so the value is still true. You can see we are able to persist the state. The value is still true. And that's why we still have our dark mode active. Once we refresh the page, the true value goes back to false for this dark mode states. Right now, we have to persist it with our local storage, and now, even if you refresh the page, the value still remains true. It's only when you toggle the switch, the value turns false, and we have to go back to light mode. So right now, I just showed you how to implement the light mode and dark mode in a Django and a React project with the help of Tailwind. So that's it now. So we'll see in the next episode. And in this episode, we are going to be connecting our app to the backend instead. So I already made some series of videos on my channel where I covered how you can build the backend, how you can build the REST API for this project instead. So I have about 7 videos. I have about 7 videos on the channel. You can see them. This green, the videos with the green thumbnail. It is a Django and React. Sorry, it is a Django REST framework tutorial. I have about 7 episodes that covered the backend. So if you are interested, you can go and check them out. I'm also going to drop the link to this playlist in this video's description, so you can check it out for yourself. So the backend has been built. So right now it's time for us to connect the front end to the backend, right? So we are going to do that right now. So first thing first, so let me just, okay, here's our front end code, and here's the backend code that has been built already from this series of videos I made here. This Django REST framework tutorial. There are 7 of them. You can check them out. So yeah, so that's that. So here's our backend, here's our front end, and it's time to connect them together. And Django has a package called Django course headers. So we're going to use this package to connect our front end and back end together. So it's called Django course headers. So search for it. It's coming on and it's here already. So there is a website called stackawk.com. So click on the link. I just clicked on it there. So they have a comprehensive guide on how you can connect your Django app to a front-end framework like React. So a front-end library like React rather instead. So yeah, so here is it now. It says course is a mechanism to allow interaction with resources hosted on different domains. So that's what course is. Okay, now let's go straight. Let's head straight to the point. So for you guys, try and read this article so you can have a comprehensive overview of what Django course is. So first thing first, we have to install this package called Django course headers. So I'll just simply copy it. Copy the pip install. So copy this pip install now. Back to your Django project. I told you that the Django tutorial is live, so you can get the source code in this video's description. Everything is there. So I'll open a new command prompt. My Django app. So right now I'm going to paste this command and hit enter. Yep, so we're going to install the Django course headers. While it is installing, we have to copy this and take it down to our installed apps. Head over to your backend now, to the Django code, and there is a file called settings.py file. You'll find that file inside of your Django project, and here's my Django project. So yeah, so I'll paste that line in the installed apps region. Here it is. Oh, sorry. Paste. Yeah, so we've got that now. So what's the next step? So we have to also add this middleware. Copy this middleware, the one on top, the course middleware. Copy it, and you have to make sure this middleware is on top of the common middleware in your Django app. Back to our Django app, in this settings.py file, there is a region called middleware. So we have to paste the course middleware on top of the common middleware, on top of it. Yeah, so just there. And once it's done, what's the next step? So yeah, so we have to add this allowed origins. So these are the list of front-end domains that can access our backend. That's what the course allowed origin stands for. So I'll scroll down. Let me go down to the bottom of my projects, and I'll just come over here. Right now, right now, our front-end app is on 5174. Sometimes it can be on 5173. So it's always from 5173 upward, right? So I'm going to just put in some of those numbers now. So for this one, just say 5173. I'll copy this, Ctrl C. Now paste it, paste it. This should be, I'll remove orders. I don't need them. Don't worry, you're gonna have the source code in this video description, so don't bother. So 5173, 5174, 5175. So yeah, so I think that's all we need to do for us to connect to the backend. Yes, that's all we need to do. So I'm going to run my backend code again on the server. So let's say Python manage.py, run server 8001, hit enter. Okay, let's search for it. Okay, currently I'm running my own backend on port 8001. As for you, you can stick with port 8000 if you want to. Okay, now here's our backend. It's good. We are good on the backend now. So let's go back to our front end. Back to our front end now. So we have to install a package called Ashes. So with Ashes, you can make API requests to the backend with Ashes instead. So by default we have the fetch. We have the fetch, but Ashes is much more. It is much more sophisticated than the fetch API. So we are going to say npm install Ashes, hit enter. So while Ashes is being installed, we are going to create a new file in the source folder. Yeah, in our source folder, we're going to create a new file. Just right click on the source folder, right click on it, new file. We're going to call the file api.js. So here's where our API configuration will lie. They'll all be here, right? They'll all be here. So currently we're going to say, currently we have Ashes still trying to get installed. So right now I'm going to say import Ashes from Ashes, right? So let's wait for Ashes to be installed, and then I'm going to say const API should be equal to, you're going to say Ashes dot create. I'll explain what this is doing. I'll explain. Give me some time. Let me just write the code. Ashes dot create, and I'm going to say base URL should be equal to. So I'm going to declare our base URL up here. I'm going to say const base URL. Our base URL is our Django URL. You remember this URL we have here. There's our base URL. This is our Django. This is our base URL for the backend. And currently it is going to say HTTP. So in small HTTP. Then I'll say 127.0.0.1, and then port 8001. So here's our base URL. So right now, just put the base URL here. It's as simple as then I'm going to say export defaults API. So what I'm doing is this now. So okay, let me show you something so you understand what's going on. Okay, so we've done this now. That's perfect now. So what we just did now is this now. So let me just let me show you some things. So back to our backend code now, over to my urls.py file. So you can see now I have my URLs here, the register user, the crates. Let me make this bigger. So I have my backend endpoints. The first one is the register user. The other one is called create blog. The other one is called blog lists. You can see updates, delete and updates user. So these are my. So these URLs here, these are our endpoints. These are where we are going to make our request to, right? So remember, if you're making a request now, you're going to say, most time you're going to say fetch, and then we're going to put in this URL. We're going to simply just like, right now with Ashes, you're going to see something like this. Let me just show you. If you want to make a request to the backend, you're going to just something like something. You're going to say const. I'm going to say response should be equal to ashes.get, right? So I'm going to say ashes.get. Then you put in your base URL, right? 127.0.0.1, and then port 8001. Then you say blog lists. Right now, we're trying to get our blog list, right? So this is how we do it by default. We're going to say ashes.get, then the base URL, then the endpoint. right? But with this our configuration, it's what we've done here now. We can simply just say API.get, then the endpoints. Remember, these are the endpoints here. These are the endpoints from the backend. For example, register user is an endpoint, create blog is an endpoint, blog list is an endpoint. So these are the endpoints on the left, right? So instead of us having to add the base URL, we will not do that again. We are going to just simply add the endpoints to make our requests. So right now this configuration we just did here is just for us just like make our request straight to the endpoints. You don't have to add the base URL against your requests. You get, so that's why we did make this configuration over here. Hope you understood. So now here's our API configuration done already. So what's the next thing? So we're going to create a new folder called services. Services, going to say services. So here is where I'm going to create a new file in the folder called, I'm going to create the file is going to be called, so I'm going to say API blog.js. Yeah, so in this file now, we are going to write all our functions to fetch our API. We are going to write all the functions to fetch our API in this file, right? So, and we are going to use something called React query to make our request to the backend. We are going to use React query. React query is fantastic. It has catching features. Don't worry, I'll show you all those things. So right now, we are going to write the functions to call our APIs in this file. So the first function we want to write is the one that helps us to fetch our blogs. So we're going to write that next. So right now it's time for us to start writing the functions. So we're going to write some functions that's going to make an API call to our backend. So the first function we're going to write is called get blogs. The function is going to be responsible for fetching our blog to display on the home page like this. Right, to display right now we want to display the blogs on the home page like this, right? So we're going to write a function that's going to make the API to the backend to fetch these blogs. So over here now we're going to say function. So we're going to say get blogs. This is some Java. We are going to write some JavaScript now. I'm going to say function get blogs, right? And then yeah, so we're going to then say we're going to use a try catch. I'm going to say try. Yeah. So first thing first, this is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to say async. It's going to be an async await function. So first thing first, we're going to say const response should be equal to. So we're going to say API. Remember in the last episode we configured API, this API here, to make our request to the backend, right? So we're going to say over here, you're going to say API.get. And remember from our backend now, this is our domain. This is our endpoint to get the blogs. Yeah, this is the endpoint. It's called blog list. This is the endpoint, blog underscore lists. So we're going to say API.get blog lists. So this is going to be an asynchronous event. So we're going to just say await. So we're going to await it. Await, right? And then we're going to just say return response dot data. So if there's an error, we're going to check out. We're going to use a catch block to catch the error. I'm going to say catch. I'm going to say error. I'm going to just say, sorry. We're going to just simply just throw a new error. I'm going to say throw new error. I'm going to say error.message. Yep. So we're going to export this function. I'm going to export it so we can import it in a different file. So once we've done this now, we have to import API. So just remove some of the text and type it back slowly. Yeah, here's the import. An API has been imported for us up here. So that's it. So now we're going to use React query to make our fetch request. We're going to use React query. So here's the function that's going to help us fetch the blog. So we have to call this function using React query. So over to your browser now. Let's see what React query is. I'm going to say it's called. So we're going to search for stack query. So with React query, it has a lot of beautiful and amazing features. Click on the first link. Come on. So I'm going to just click on, okay, here now, click on read the docs. So now here we are on the page now, on the docs page. So over here, you can just read a brief overview. This is a brief overview of it. So click on installation on the left. Installation, click on it. I don't know why the page is taking time to load up. So right here, we are on the installation page now. So first thing, we have to install it now. So the command is this. You can see, just copy this one, npm I, this stands, the first command, that's it, copy it. Back to your React project, back to your code now. Back here. Just simply just paste it there. npm install @stack on the / React query. So npm install @stack / React query. Right, so that's the command there. So let's just for it to get installed. So while it is getting installed, yeah, so let's see how to set up React query for our project. So click on quick starts. I don't know why this is not responding on Firefox. Let's try Chrome. It's quite slow on Firefox. Chrome, where are you? Come on. So right now, click on the quick start button. Click on the quick start link on the left. Click on it. Come on. Yeah, so we have to do a few configuration now, a quick one. So after you might have installed React query, so right now we have to come back over to your project now, over to your app.js file. So over to your app.js file, here we are. So quickly up here, I'm going to just say, const query clients should be equal to new query clients. Yeah, new query clients. Yeah, so it's been imported up here. Back to the setup file, back to where we are here. After you've done the new query clients now, so you have to use the query clients provider. Let's use that quickly. So over here, we're going to wrap our entire app. We're going to wrap all those stuff there with, we're going to say query clients provider. Suggest it for me. Provider, yeah, here it is. So close it, and then we're going to say client should be equal to query clients. They'll just simply close up the entire browser router. And yeah, this is what you have to do. So now we just set up our React query. So it's time for us to use the React query, right? So you can see how they use it. You can see how to make queries here. You can see it here. It's simple. So use query. So let's do that right away. Back to our home page. We're going to make the query on the home page. Well, before we do that, let's see one more stuff. Scroll down. Now click on queries. In this guys and concepts, click on queries. In the guys and concepts, this is too big. Click on queries, too small. So you can read about queries and how you can make your queries. You understand? So right now, let's use this example we have here. You can just this one that helps us fetch to dos. Let's use this example. You can copy this, yeah. So under queries here, under guys and concept, on the left here, scroll down to guys and concept under queries. So I copied this back to our app components, back to our home page. Remember, we are trying to fetch the blogs, and the blogs are on the home page. They are on the home page, right? They are here. So why are the image not showing? So they are here, right? So I'm going to go over to our home page components. That's under the pages folder, home page. Okay. So once you are here, what's the next step? So I'm going to paste what we copied. Yep. Let me just do this from scratch. See, you instead of going here. So I'm going to say const data. Const data should be equal to, I'm going to say use query. So here is it. It's from Tanstack React query. And then we're going to have a dictionary. We're going to say query key should be equal to, we're going to say blogs. Then we're going to say query function should be equal to, so our query function is going to be this function we declared in the API.js. This function we declared here called getBlogs. Here's our query function. It's called getBlogs. So back to our home page now. Query function is going to be getBlogs. We're trying to get the blogs. So here is it. So that's our query function now. So it's as simple as that. So once I console.log data, console.log data, let's see what it gives us. So this blocks is just serving like a key to our blogs data. It's serving like a key to the block to our blogs data, right? So now we just let's console our data and see what data gives us. To the browser. Hope everything is running. Scroll down. I think everything is fine. Back here. Refresh the page. Inspect. I want this to be on the right. Click on your console. Right now, the data is saying undefined. What could be the problem? So currently, I tried consoling out data. Data is currently saying undefined. That means something is happening. Data has no value. And if you check the backend, this is the backend now. The backend does not show that you are making any request to the backend. Does not show it that it does not show that at all. It does not show that any request is being made to the backend. So over to our code now. Let's do one of our code. So back to my API.js file, I made a mistake. This is meant to be 8001, not 30, but 2 zeros. That was the mistake I made there. So our base URL was wrong. So I just corrected it now. So back to the server again. Let's see if there's going to be an improvement. It still says undefined. It says the same origin policy. Okay, we're having some issue with course. We're having some issue with course now. What could be the problem with course? Look at host 5173, 517, 5175. Right now, what I did now is this nice. Instead of having to destructure data, I had to simply return the entire object. Data is data. I had to simply return the entire object. It can be called whatever name you like. So previously, I had to do something like this. I destructured data, but right now I decided to simply return the entire object. And back to what we have here, to the server. I refresh the page. Right now, you can see now we're getting a response. You can see we're getting this now. Come on, stop taking time to load. So it's up now. So if you open this object, you're going to see all the information you need, all the information you're looking for is here. So open the object. So previously I destructured it by returning only data. So I'm going to open this object now. You can see we have our data. The data we have here is the blog. It's all the blogs. If I open it, it says undefined. The blog currently says undefined. If I say is error is true, is fetched is true, but data is one that owns our blogs, but it says undefined. What could be the issue right now? So we have been getting some, we've been having some, what's it called? We've been having for example, our data has been showing undefined. I've been showing undefined for quite some while now. So I had to restart the backend server. Let's refresh this page again. refresh. I had to simply break the backend server, Control C, right, and then run server again to fix the problem, and everything is back again. This should be throw new error. I was trying out something. I had to pause the video to try, so because throw new error. Okay, yeah, so I think we are back on track. So I can see this, and we can see now, and you can see an object is being returned repeatedly, right? So I'm going to open this object right now. You can see it contains data. The error message is error, is fetched, is loading, is pending. So if you open data, you can see data has an array of 12 objects. That's our blog array. So I'm going to close it back. So we're going to say is pending. Is pending is currently saying false. That means our blog, that means the fetch request is no longer pending. That means the fetch request has been made. If you check is fetched says true, right? So is pending says false. So you can see his error says false. There's no error. Error message is null. Our data is an array of 12 objects. So we are good now. So back to React query now, back to our home page. So right now we are going to simply destructure the objects. I'm going to return is pending. I'm going to say is error. You can see we got all of them here. They are all here. You can see them. They are all here. We only need about 4 of them. Is pending, is error. You also need error. And lastly, we need data. And data is the blogs itself. And we are going to rename data to blogs. Right. So right now we're going to just simply console.log blogs. So right now I want to just return only the blogs to the console. So refresh, clear. You can see now we have 12 blogs. It's an array of 12 objects, right? So back to our backend code. Let me show you what the backend looks like. There's our backend where we have 12 blogs. Understand? So the blog consists of the title, the body, the thumbnail, the category. Understand? So just go watch the backend videos. You understand how we came about the blog, right? So we've got that now, we've got our objects, we've got our data. So it's time for us to proceed. So we've got our blogs now. So what we are going to do is I want to simply render out these blogs, right? We want to render them out. So right now, before we render it out, we want to add a loading spinner that tells us that our blog is being fetched, right? So remember we have this is pending. If is pending is true, that means the blog is fetching. If it's pending is false, that means we already got our blogs, right? So back to our code, now back to the browser. We're going to use a library called React Spinner. It's called React Spinner. So I'm going to be very fast with this now. React Spinner, let's click on the GitHub link. So I'm going to create a new component. Back to our UI components folder, create a new file. I'm going to call this spinner.jxx. Enter. Let's say array FCE. Come on, yep, enter. Let's close some of this stuff we don't need. Close. So here now, scroll down. I'll copy the code quickly. So we're going to just import clip loader from React Spinner clip loader. So I have to also install React Spinner. So here's the components, paste it here. And over here, I'm going to just simply say npm install React. Hope I'm correct. If you just copy this command, paste it here, enter. While it is installing, let's go configure it. We already have clip loader installed. We are going to copy this style also copy. And then we're going to paste it just before the components outside it. We have to remove this CSS properties. We don't need it. It's meant for TypeScript, but we are using JavaScript. So what's next thing? Let's copy this clip loader, copy, then replace the div with the clip loader. Yeah, so you're going to remove loading out. So you have to remove color first. Color should be out, loading also out. Yeah, so as for the size, I want it to be 450. For the color, as for the border color, I need purple. Purple. So these are spinner, perfect now. So back to the home page. So we're going to say if, we're going to simply just say, if is pending is true, say if is pending, we simply return our spinner. Am I correct? No, I think I'm wrong. We're not going to do that here. Because if we do that on the home page, so we're going to just come over here, over to our blog container. We're going to pass a pending into the blog container. So we're going to pass it into his blog container. If it's pending, I'm going to simply just show the spinner. Yeah, so over to our blog container. Yeah, you. So we're going to receive a pending. So if his pending is true, if is pending, it's called is, not the A. If is pending is true, I'm going to simply return the spinner. Remember, if is pending is true, it simply means that the data is still being fetched. Return spinner. Suggest it for me. So now, yeah. So we got that already to the browser. Refresh. You can see now we have the spinner there. Perfect. Now, so right now, let's display the blogs. Let's display the blogs right away. So before I display the blog, I want to explain what's going on here. So we had to use React query, right? We had to use this use query. Use query as a query key, and we called it blogs. Remember, we are trying to fetch blogs, right? And as a query function, this query function is an actual function we declared here in the API blog.js. Looking for the file. I think it's in the services folder. So yeah, here's the here is the let me just here's the function. So this function must be a function that returns a promise. That's how React query works. The function must always return it must always return a promise. That's why you have to use async await, because async await will always return a promise, right? So we got the function over here, we pass it here, and then React query will do its thing. So we have to destructure the object React query returns. We have to destructure it, getting is pending, is error, the error message itself, and then the data itself, right? So now we've got our blogs. This is our blogs here. This data, we have to rename data to blogs. So you're going to pass our blogs, Ctrl+C. We'll pass it down to blog container equal to blogs. And let's just console the blogs again so you can see the objects, so we can see the properties it contains. I'm going to say console.log blogs. Right. So back here, open, inspect, console. So here's our blogs now. If you open it, you're going to see it as, you can see it as the title, the slug, the author is an object, the category, the content, the featured image, everything is there, right? So back to, so we passed the blogs as a prop to blog container. And in blog container, we have to receive it. And back to, we have to then pass these blogs down to, okay, we have to now simply map through the blogs. Let's say blogs dot map. Then we're going to have the individual blog. And then what next? I'll just simply map out this blog card. Let's simply remove the other ones. And then you have to pass this, give this a key prop. That's going to be equal to blog.id. Right. So you have to then pass the blog objects as a prop to the blog card components. Yeah, so over to our blog card now, we have to simply receive the prop called blog. Yeah, so now right now, what do we do now? The first thing we have to do is, I think it's now simple now. So right now, as for the title of our blog, the first thing is the thumbnail. The thumbnail, let's see what something looks like. Here's the featured image. This is the thumbnail. You can see it here. Featured image. This is the thumbnail. The thumbnail only contains the path to the image. And for this to work, we also need to append the base URL to the paths for us to get the thumbnail, for us to see the image. And remember, in our API.js file, in the API.js file, I had to declare a variable. API.js file. So in our API.js file, we have this variable, this base URL. This is our backend URL. So we need this backend URL in our blog card, because I said earlier that we need to append our backend URL to the image path, to the image link, right? So we have to make sure we have to export. So I'm going to say export base URL. So once we've done that, then we can import it here. So there's our image. So for the source over here, I'm going to use a template. I'm going to use JavaScript template literals. And then we're going to then say base URL. Remember, this is our backend URL. Here it is. Click on it. And then we're going to then also include the blog. Remember, blog dot, what's the name again? Blog dot featured image. It's called featured image, right? Featured underscore image. Blog dot featured underscore image. So that's what we need to do, and let's see if it works. The browser. You can see now we've got our images. You can see, right? Perfect. You can see we have these different images. Let's look on the title. Here's the title. Now we're going to just say blog.title. And where's the category? The category is in the badge. So we're going to pass blog as a prop over to the badge. And open the badge now. Open the badge components. We have to receive this prop. Receive it. And you have to see me come over here and say blog that's category. Yep, so that's for the badge. So over to our code now. You can see now we have the backend, the front, the full stack backend. You can see it's now dynamic. And as for the title is also dynamic now. And as for the user, okay, so right now it's time for us to return the author's information, like the author's picture and the name, and the first name and last name, with also the time the blog was published. So we're going to add all these right away. Okay, so let's go down to our data and see what it looks like. So we have where are you? We have the author object. You can see it has the first name, the last name. What else are we missing? Oh, we also need to return the author's profile picture. So back to our backend in the serializers. Yeah, you show yourself. just here, it's on the author profile underscore picture. So let's wait for the server to finish running. Okay, yeah, now refresh. So right now, there's the author. So if you open the author's objects, you can see right now we have the profile picture, right? Okay, so thanks to the author's components, so we're over to our blog card. So we have this card footer. This card footer is what holds the author's information, right? So I'm going to pass this blog as a prop over to the card footer. We have to receive it inside of the card footer components. And yeah, so over here, as for the author's image, remember we are going to use a base URL. Then I'm going to say base underscore URL. Come on. Yeah, and then we're going to then put in the author's image. I'm going to say blog.author.profile underscore picture. For the author's name, it's going to be blog.author.firstname. And on the over, I'm going to say blog.author.last underscore name. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, it's working. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, so you have it now. So right now, on the right now, we have the time the blog was published. We also need to return this time, right? So we check our if you check the object, we have the published date there. So, but this date, that time we have there is not friendly. It is not human. It's not friendly. So you have to make the time friendly. Back to our code now. We're going to create a new file. So we're going to create a new file in the services folder. We're going to call this new file format dates.js. So we're going to have a function that will help us make the dates human. That's going to make the dates friendly. So I'll paste the function here. So here's the function now. So we also had to export the function, and back to our card footer. We're going to come over here. And what's the name of the function again? The function is called format dates. Copy it. The card footer. Remove this. And we'll simply have format dates. Let's import it. Come on. It's enter, and then we're going to simply say blog.published underscore dates. And let's see what it looks like. You can see now it's correct, right? So without this format dates, let me show you. You can see here's how it's going to look like without the format dates function. Going to see how it's going to look quite scary. You won't understand what's happening there. You can see. So this is not friendly. Or where are the others? You only have one. Blog.publish dates. Okay, now you can see the others are now there. So right now you can see how the date is not looking friendly at all. It's looking so long. So right now with the format date function, we're going to have the dates much more user friendly, what users can easily understand. Right, so you can see it's better, right? So now we have our home page fully built, right? We have it built up. So now our home page is fully built up. It's looking fine, excellent, right? So I think we are done with the home page. And in this episode, we are going to paginate our blogs. We are going to do something like this. Whereby let me just let me turn this to dark mode. So we're gonna have the page 1, we're gonna have page 2. We don't want to list out the old blogs on the own. We don't want to list out we don't want to list out all the blogs at once. We want to paginate them, right? So we are going to cover pagination in this episode. So first thing first, we have to go get our pagination components, and we are getting it from Shadcn. I'm gonna say Shadcn UI, Shadcn UI. Hit enter. So we're on Shadcn, open it, click on the first link. Okay, click on components on the navigation, click on components, and then you can scroll down. You see components here. You'll scroll down till you find pagination. It is arranged in alphabetical order. Yes, here is pagination. Click on it. So you can see how this simple pagination here, very is simple. Click on the code, click on it. Yeah, so first thing first, this is the code, and we need to install it. So we run this npx command, right? Okay, now let's run the npx command. Copy this npm back to your code, and let's use us. Okay, paste it here. Enter. So while it is installing, let's create it. While it is installing, let's create a new file in our UI components. I'm going to call this file page pagination. Page pagination.jxx. Hit enter. Right now, I'm going to say refce. Yeah. So right now, I'm going to copy the code for the pagination. So this is quite too big. So copy the code for the pagination. The code is here. Copy it. Paste it here. So we have to copy all these import statements on top. Yeah, so we have our pagination elements now. So right now, let's separate it. So this is the previous button. Let me just separate them. Okay, right now this is active. Control C. Okay, let me just have, we're going to have only pagination 1 and 2 for now. As for the other ones, I will delete them. Okay, let's see what it looks like. So we're going to add this pagination to our home page, to the home page components. Yeah, just under the block container, we're going to add our pagination. It's called page pagination. Page pagination. Suggested for me. It's not suggesting it. So I'm going to import it. Let's say import page pagination from, that should be in the UI components folder. /page pagination. So back to our browser. Something went wrong. Let's see. Over to page pagination. Refresh the page. I don't know, the browser is taking time to load up. I think let's run the server again, the React server. I'm gonna say npm. I don't like the way it's taking this much time. But let's close the server and let's run it again. npm run dev. Hold down your control key and click on the URL. I don't know why my Firefox browser is kind of misbehaving today. So I think let's switch over to Chrome. So it's open on Chrome now. So here's our pagination. So right now, let's give it some padding. Let's see how it looks like in dark mode. Oh, it's not looking good in dark mode, you can see. And it also give it some padding. So we have to also give it some margin and some margin. Back to the pagination now. So back here, I'm gonna just add a class. They're gonna say class name should be equal to. So I'm gonna give it a margin, an horizontal margin of 6. And I'm gonna say in dark mode, we want the text in the pagination to be white. Text should be white, right? So that's it. So our browser. So there's some space now. Dark mode. Okay, it's perfect. So nice now. So okay. So I don't want the ellipses. I don't want this ellipses. So these numbers we have here will be auto generated. So I only need like number 1 or number 2. I'm gonna remove the ellipses. I don't want number 3. Leave 1 and 2 for now. So I think those 2 are fine. Yeah. So what's the next step now? So what's the next step? So back to our code back to our backend code. Here's our backend code. So first of all, we have to return all our blogs as a whole. So this function, this code is here. This function, this view, helps us to return all the blogs we have in our database. So we know right now we no longer want this view. So we are going to switch back to the paginated view. I told you before, the tutorial on this backend API is on my YouTube channel. So I'm going to drop the link to the backend playlist so you can watch it if you want to. So right now, this is going to be the new blog list view you are going to be using. This view is paginated, whereby it returns 3 blogs per page. 3 blogs per page, right? You can always increase the number if you want to. So yeah, so what's the next step now? Over to our front-end code now. So there's going to be a change in our API. We are going to have a least slight change. So over to your services folder in the API block.js file. So our endpoints will change a little, right? So right now our endpoint is going to change to this. So we are going to be expecting an argument called page, right? So then we're going to then have our endpoint is then going to be this. It's going to be blog_lists, right? And then we're going to say page should be equal to page, right? So by default the page will be by default the page is going to be 1. So we can always increase the page to page 2, page 3, page 4. It's going to keep on increasing according to the number of page we are supposed to have. So right now this is right now this is going to be our change in our API in the get blocks function. Back to our home page, there will also be a change, right? There will also be a change in this use query function. Okay, so right now back to our code now. So we're going to go back to React query. Okay, so right now we are going to head over to React query documentation. Just search for React query. I'm sure by now our app should have been broken. That's because our endpoint has changed. Instead, it has changed, right? I can see our app is broken, but it's fine. We'll fix it right away. So over to React query documentation. So click on this, the first link. So on the left panel, scroll down to where you have guides and concepts. And here now, once you're here, just scroll down to where you find paginated queries. Click on it. So as for your paginated queries, what are we doing? So right here, yeah, we have the perfect guide here. Instead, so say better paginated. This says better paginated queries with placeholder data. Right, so we've got the perfect guide here. So you can see in the query key, we have to also append the page. while calling the function, we have to also pass in the page, and we also have to pass this placeholder data should be equal to keep previous data. So we are going to copy this now. We have to import it alongside use query. So back to our front end code now. So let's also, so it's called what placeholder data should be equal to keep previous data. We have to come over to our use query. We have to update it past this. It's called keep previous data. And right now we have to declare a state. It's going to say const. Remember, by default, the page is going to be equal to 1. By default, let me make this a bit big. Let's bring this down. By default, page is meant to be equal to 1. I'm going to say set page to 1. I'm going to say use states. By default, the value is 1 by default. Let's import use state from React. Import use states. Yeah, so by default, page is meant to be 1. And here, for our query function, because we are, remember from here now, this is our function, right? And it's expecting the value for, it is expecting a value for page, right? So I'm back to our own page now. So because of, we are going to be calling this function by passing this page, right? So we have to also return a callback. Yeah, because of this, because this function is going to be called, we have to then use a callback for the function. Hope you get. So in the query key, we're also going to pass in the page. This is for paginated data. Hope you understand. We're also passing the page, right? You get. So yeah, so right now I don't think we need to name. Right now we are going to simply leave the name as data, and let's simply console out data. Right. So I think this is what we want to do. Let's set blocks to an empty string. I'm gonna say const block should be equal to an empty array. Right. There was a slight problem. Let's see what we have now to the browser. Never mind, don't worry. Okay, it's perfect. Let's just clear this. Hit refresh. Okay, so you can see now, from what we have here, we have our data returned. Remember, our data is meant to be the blog. It's meant to be an array of our blogs. But right now, our data is looking quite different because of the pagination. This is the object. Let me bring this smaller. Open the object now. You can see the object has some properties. The first one is count. Count stands for the number of blogs we have it stands for the number of blogs we are getting. Right. The other attribute is called next. It means that the next is trying to point down to the URL to the next page, and that is page 2. Right. I can see the previous. Currently we are on page 1. That's why previous is null. And right now our blogs is in the field called results. This is where our blogs, I can see we only have 3 blogs. You can see on page 1 we only have 3 blogs, right? So back to our code now. So instead of saying data, so right now I'm going to say blogs should be equal to data.results. So we're going to use the optional chaining because this is an asynchronous request. The data is not always going to be available, so it needs to be fetched. So that's why we are using optional. That's why we have to use this optional chaining. So I'm going to say data dot. Remember, it's called results. It's the results that holds the blog. The data is the entire object, so it's called results, right? Results. If it is not available, we just return an empty array, right? So this should fix the problem on our page. Right now we're having our blogs back, and this time we are having 3 blogs per page. Yet we're not done. We're having just 3 blogs. So after we've done that, now we've gotten our blogs, right? So what's the next step? The next step is to know how many pages are we going to have. Remember, we are returning how many blogs? 12 blogs. And we are returning 3 blocks per page. So for it to know, so that means we are meant to have 4 pages, because we are meant to have three blocks per page, and we have 12 blocks in total. So you're meant to have 4 pages. So how do I come about the 4 pages? Is by saying this counts divided by the number of block per page. So back to our code now. We're going to declare a new state, a new variable. We're going to say const number of blocks per page should be equal to 3. That's what we set on the back end. They must be equal. What we have on the back end must be equal to what we set on the front end. So we're going to say const number of pages should be equal to, I'm going to say blogs. So it's going to be, data dot count divided by number of blocks per page. And then we are going to round the value up. Sometimes it's going to return a decimal value, so you have to round it up. That's because if you try saying you want to return 5 blocks per page, and we only have 12, right? So that's going to be, we'll have 5 blocks complete in 2 pages. That's 10. What about the remaining 2? The remaining 2 is meant to be on the 3rd page, right? So that's why we have to round up the value, because if we say 12 divided by 5, it's going to be 2 point something. So that point something is meant to be on a separate page. So that's why we have to round up the value up. We're going to say math.ceil. So now, yeah, so if you have a decimal value after in this calculation, math.ceil is going to help us round up the value. So right now we have our number of pages gotten. Let's just simply console it out. Console.log number of pages. So back to browser. This is too big. I'm expecting to see 4 on this. I'm expecting to see 4. Okay, we have 4 there. So it's working. Perfect. We have 4. So our number of pages is correct now. Yeah, so what's the next step? So we are going to simply pass this number of page as a prop down to this page pagination components. So we have to go receive it there. It's called number of pages. So receive it. Oh, sorry. It's called, let me copy it again. Number of pages. So this number of pages is 4, right? It is 4. So right now, once we return 4 buttons, starting from 1, then 2, 3, 4. Once we return 4 pagination buttons, right? Starting from 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it was 5. We want to return 5 buttons, starting from 1 down to 5. So how do we go about this? So right now, I'm going to just come and say const numbers should be equal to, I'm going to say array dot from. I'm going to say length should be equal to number of pages. So what this array dot from does is that it's going to simply convert number of pages is equal to 4, right? So it's going to simply convert. It's going to simply create an array of. It's going to create an array of 4 objects, not objects. It's going to just create an array of 4 empty values, right? That's what array dot from is going to do. It's going to create an array of 4 empty values, right? So right now, what we are going to do is this. Now we're going to just simply say, right now I want to get the index of each of the values array.from returns. You understand? So array.from, I said before, it's going to return an array of just 4 empty values. They don't have any value. They're just 4 empty values there. You get? So right now, what we are doing now is so this array.from, this first part is what gives us this empty array, but it gives us 4 objects inside. So right now, I want to get the index of each of these. I want to get the index of each of these empty values. Like the first one is 0, the second one is 1. That's their index. The third one is 2, and the third one is 3. These are their index. So I want to get their index and then add 1 to their index. I'm going to say I plus 1. So right now, let's console.log numbers and see what numbers. I'm going to say console.log numbers. So we are expecting to see an array consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. It's the browser. Perfect. You can see we got an array 1, 2, 3, 4. So right now we've gotten the array right. So we're going to simply, what we're going to do, it's simple. We're going to simply map through the array to get these buttons, right? So that's what we are going to do. So I'll simply remove this. This is active, will be needed. We'll need this is active. Let me just put it here. So right now, I'm going to simply generate, it's going to say over here, just say numbers dot map. I'll say num. I'll just copy this, cut it and paste in there. So you have to pass in the key prop. I'm going to say key should be equal to num. Remember, the key prop is meant to get a unique value. So we've got that already. And as for this number, this one we have here, it's going to be simply number, num, right? So that's what we need to do. So back to our code, and I can see now we've got this. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. But all of them, all 3 of them are all active. That's wrong. So we are going to work on that active class right away. So we are going to simply do what? So how do we know which of the button is active? How do we know which page we are on? That should be when this page value we have here, when the page value we have up here is equal to this number. It's equal to this number we mapped through, this number. That's when we know, that's when we are going to know the active page we're currently on. Right? So that's what we are going to do. So remember, this page is currently having a value of 1 at the moment. 1. So how do we increase it? So we're going to create a function here. I'm going to just say, function. Let's say undo. Let's say undo set page. So it's going to be expecting a value. I'm going to say set page should be equal to the value. Yeah. They are going to pass this as a prop over to the page number, to the page pagination. We have to receive it there. And whenever we click on any of those buttons, we want to simply update our page. So you're going to just come over here and say on click should be equal to, I'm going to say undo, it's called undo set page. And then we'll pass in this number. Yeah, so that's how we are going to simply update the value of the page. And now what we are going to do is this now. We are going to simply come over here and say, if number is equal to page, we want to have the active page link. Else, we want to simply have the one that is not active, the number one. We're going to remove this active class. Right, let's save it. Okay, right now it says page is not defined. So we have to also pass page as a prop to the page pagination. We have to receive it So we've done that now. I think it should be fine now. So there's no problem again. So back to the page now, because we currently have page one as the active. We currently have page one as the active button, right? Everything should be working fine now. So if I click on page two, this page we have here, this number we have here, this page value is going to get updated. This page value is going to get updated. And if it gets updated, remember we are passing the page value to this function. And the function, this get blocks function is using this page to fetch the blog based on their page, right? That's what we are doing here. So once the value, so right now, if I come over here now, if you just watch now, currently the first value here is saying understanding the virtual DOM. If I click on page two, it should change. Right now it's saying CSS grid. Click on page three. Right now it's saying JavaScript focus. You can see now our pagination is working perfectly. But what was the next thing now? I want to also make these buttons interactive. Whereby I want to make sure that if you're on page one, I don't want this button to be visible. If you're on page four, I want to make sure the next button is not also visible. So let's work on that now. So back to our code now. Back to the page number, page pagination. I'm going to say first, I'm going to say const first number should be equal to numbers, then the numbers, then square bracket 0. That's to get the first value in an array. And as for the last, I'm going to say const last number should be equal to numbers. Then we're trying to get the index of the last value. That's going to be numbers.length minus 1. So this is going to give us the last number, const last number. I think I spelled const, not const. So right now I'm going to check if page is equal to first number. I want to simply remove the previous button. So here is the previous button. So I'm going to just wrap this around the curly braces. I'll say if, just up here, I'll say if page is equal to the first number, I'm going to simply remove the previous button. So if this is true, this right side will be neglected, to be ignored. So it's not going to be displayed if the left side is true. So over to the next button, if page is equal to last number, I'll do the same thing. I'm going to say if page is equal to last number, I'm going to simply do the same thing. I'm going to simply neglect the right side. So let's try it now. So currently, you can see we are currently on number 4. The last number is out. We are number 2 or number 3 now is back. Number 2, it's fine. Number 1, the previous button is gone. And now I want to also make sure that this next button can also increase the value of our page. If I click on next, I want to be able to come down to page 2, page 3, page 4, you understand? So if I click on previous, I want to be able to come down from page 4 down to page 3 to page 2 to page 1. So let's work on that now. So we are going to have in our home page, we are going to simply create a function. I'm going to say function increase. It's called increase page value. They're going to say set page. I will say the current value of page. They're going to say we're going to increase the current value of page by 1. As for the other function, it's going to be, let's just copy this. It's going to be called decrease page value. Decrease page value. So instead of adding 1, we are going to simply subtract 1. So pass this to as a prop down to the page pagination components, and also pass this one, the decrease value. Pass it here. So you have to also receive these 2 props in the page pagination. It's called decrease and also increase page value. So just Control X to format your code properly. So now whenever we click on the previous button, I want to simply call the decrease function. Over here, I'll just simply just say on click. And as for the next button, I want to call the increase function. Over here, I'll just simply say on click. Let's see what we've done so far. So currently on page 2, click on next. I want to come down to page 3. Next. I'm on page 3. If I click on next, currently on page 4 and the button has disappeared. If you click on previous, now on page 3, click on previous, page 2. If I click on previous again, now I'm on page 1 and the button has disappeared. So right now we just finished paginating our blogs, the home page. It has been paginated. I know this was quite hectic. Don't worry, the source code is in the video description. So in the next video, we're going to work on the detail page. Whereby if you click on a particular blog, I want to go down to the blogs detail page. Okay, we're going to work on that next. So see you in the next video. Okay guys, welcome to episode 8 of the Django and React full course. So we've made huge progress. So in the last episode, we worked on paginating the blogs, whereby we had to add our pagination button, and you can navigate from one page to another. You understand? So right now in this video, I want to work on a detail page of each blog post, something like this. If you click on a particular blog post, I want to see the detail page of the blog. So we are going to work on rendering the detail page of this blog. So back to our code now, back to the backend. So we have the URL called get blog, then we'll put in the slug. Right, so I'm going to just call these blogs. Let me just say blogs and then put in the slug. I'm going to say blogs, the slug, right? So now these are backend URL. So far to the front end, go down to our router page where we did our routing, and that's in the app.jxs. So for a detail page, this is a route. So it's going to be blogs, then a dynamic value. It's going to be blogs / so after that we're going to be expecting a dynamic value, and that value is going to be the slug. So this column you see here represents, it's trying to say that this value is meant to be dynamic, right? So that's going to be the blogs slug. So over to our blog card, we have to go and correct the path we set there. So here's our blog card now. So right now we have to change this to something better. So we're going to then say, we're going to say blogs / then I'm going to put in the template literal. I'm going to say blog.slug. Right, so that's what it's going to be. So you go down to the browser now. You click on a particular title, click on it. Ouch. You can see it's returned. You can see the title is, you can see, check the URL is saying blogs / the slug, right? Let's see what the problem is. Console. It says complain about. It says cannot access blogs before initialization. Okay, we are facing this error here, and from what we are seeing here, it says it cannot read properties of undefined, and it is coming from our batch components, and we are rendering these batch components on the detail page. So far to our this is our detail page, and there is the batch components up here, right? So let's go down to the batch component right away. I need to close some of this stuff we have here. It's making it look crowded. So open the batch components. Hold down Control and click on the patch. So you can see we're having this blog. So you can see what we are having here. So what we are meant to do now is simple. Just put in the question mark. That's for optional chaining. Remember, that's what. So put in the question mark there. The reason why we are having the error is because we are not passing blog to this badge yet. So that's why we're having that error. So if you put in this optional chaining, it's going to simply return undefined without an error. So you go down to the page now. You can see now we have our detail page back, but the badge is empty. So you can see we're having our detail page. Go back to, if you come back here, click on any of the blog. Here's the detail page. The detail page is not correct yet because the title is not the same as the blog's actual title, but we are going to work on that. So what we are going to do now is simple. We are going to do another. We are going to use query from React query. We are going to do this. I'm going to say, let me just say const data should be equal to use query. Before we do the use query, we have to go down to our API blog.js. We have to create our function that will call this API, that will make the request to the backend. Hope we didn't forget. I'm going to say function. I'm going to say get blog. Right now we are getting an individual blog. And then we're going to be expecting the slug. This time we're going to pass, it's going to be an asynchronous function. I will say const response should be equal to await. I will say API.get. We're going to say the URL is blogs, then the slug, right? They're going to simply return response.data. As for, okay, we're going to put this in a try catch, try block. We're going to have the catch block. Have the error there. And you're going to simply just say throw new error. I'll say error.message. Yeah, so I think we've gotten the get blog already. So we have to just simply export it. Yeah, get blog. So this is a function to get an individual blog. Right, so back to our detail page. So we're going to say use query, and it's going to be coming from React query. Come on, suggest it. Here is it. First thing, we're going to have the query key, and that should be suggested for me, right? Query key, that should be blogs. But this time we want to get the individual. We're going to pass in the slug. So where is the slug coming from? There's some problem. Oh, we didn't import use query. Where's import use query? Use query. Here is it. Click on it. So let's try this query key again. I want to make sure I'm correct. But before we do these things, we need to get this. We need to get this slug from the URL. And React has a hook called use params for it. We're going to use the use params hook. We're going to say const slug should be equal to use params. And that's coming from React router DOM. Yeah, use params. So we just have to get the slug. So right now we're going to have the query key. And it's going to be blogs. But this time we're going to pass in the slug. And the function is going to say query function. Then we're going to say, this one is called get blog, right? Get blog. And this time we have to also pass in the slug, right? So that's it. And right now we have to simply destructure this thing. Remember, the data is the actual blog. We're going to have is spending. We're going to have is error. We're also going to have error. We're also going to have our data, whereby data is the actual blog. So if I console.log, and we can rename the data to blog. And if let's console out blog, I'm going to say console.log blog. Here's what happened now. So we got our blog. Is this too small? I don't know. So this is fine. So we got our blog right now. So what we are going to do is that we have to we have to simply render this block information on the detail page. Because if you check closely, all detail page are having the same contents, the same title, the same author, the same image, the same body. It's not supposed to be so. Every detail page is meant to have a unique content, right? So, but right now we are having the same title, we are having the same information for all the detail pages. So right now it's time for us to pass our dynamic information. If you go down to your browser's console, if you inspect your browser, inspect now, you see that we have the blog. For each page, we have the blog, understand? So if you pick a separate page right now, let's say a guide to CSS, come over, you can see we have a guide to CSS right here. So for each page now, we've got the blog to display on the page. So what's the next step? So it's simple. So first thing first, we are going to simply just come over here and check. We're going to say if is spending is true, if it is true, I'm going to simply return the spinner. I'm going to say return spinner. So let's simply import spinner. Remember I need from our trick, remove some text, and you see the suggestion up here. Click on it, and that's it imported. So right now I'm going to pass this blog as a prop. Sorry, not as a prop. I'm going to be as a prop, yes, to the badge component. If you check closely now, our badge is empty. That's because it is not receiving any prop from the detail page. If you check the home page, the badge is not empty on the home page. That's because the badge is receiving a prop from the home page. But on our detail page, the badge is not receiving anything. So what do we do? If we check it, right now, this is our badge component now. You can see it's expecting blog, so it can display the category. But right here, we are passing nothing. That's why the badge is empty on our detail page. So it's simple. Just simply pass blog to the badge. Passing blog there. Blog should be equal to blog. And that's it. And if we go back here, you can see now, let's watch. Our badge it's no longer empty, right? It has got something to show there, design. So as for our title, the same thing. We're going to display it. We're going to simply come over here and say blog.title. Blog.title. And back here, we want to see, you can see now we've got, right now we're having the perfect title, right? So once again, let's refresh the page. We are meant to see a spinner, right? Perfect. Because you have the spinner here. Remember, it's going to first of all spin and then load out the data. So we've got our spinner now. So want to make this author session dynamic, right? So what do? We pass on the blog. We're going to pass on the blog to this blog writer component. Just copy this. Ouch. We are in the detail page. We're passing the blog here, paste it there, and over to our blog writer components. That should be in the UI components folder. We have a file called blog writer. So we have to receive the blog prop. I'll say receive it. And first thing first, we want to change the author's picture. So we have to use, remember whenever you're trying to render an image, you have to append the backend URL with the image URL you get. So right now, I'm going to just say base_URL. And over here, I'm going to pass in the picture URL, which is it's going to be blog.profile_picture. So that's if you check right now, ouch. If you check here, I think you're having an error. I'm not sure we imported the base URL. Let's import base URL. Yeah, that's it. So back here should be fine. Yeah, it's not displaying. What could be wrong? Let's say it's be blog.profile picture. Blog.profile picture says. Okay, let's see what the blog returns. Sorry, it's blog.author. Remember, this is the object. It's meant to be blog.author. I want to show you. Okay, it's meant to be blog.author, then the profile picture. So it's not blog.profile picture, blog.author dot profile picture. Blog.author dot profile picture. Okay, we have to remove the space in between the URL and the blog. And watch now, we're gonna have it. Perfect, we've got it there. So what's the next thing? We want to also simply display the image. Once it's meant to be dynamic. So back to our code now. This should be on our detail page. So this should be blog.contents. And also this image here is meant to be dynamic. This image we have here. So we have to just come over here. That should be blog.featured image. Remember, we have to pass in our base URL. Right, so we're gonna say base URL. Come on. Yep, and we're gonna pass in. I'm gonna say blog dot featured image. And that should be fine. Come on. Yep. So we've got it now. So I think we have a dynamic detail. Our detail page is now dynamic. It's now dynamic, right? Check it, perfect. So, oh, I forgot something. I forgot something on the detail page. We check closely now. We only rendered out the profile picture for the author. The name and the dates are both static values. They are both static values, and it's not meant to be so. You can see we have John Doe. This user is called Clinton Jr., not John Doe, and this date here is wrong. So let's work on this. I forgot to put in the right values there. And over to the blog detail page, and over to our blog writer. Yeah, you have to put in I forgot to impute this. So sorry. So we're gonna put in the name here. The name is called. This is the name here, not John Doe, or rather, it's gonna be blog dot first name. Sorry, blog dot author first name. If we check out what was it called? The console. The author's information is in the author objects, right? Not in the blog objects. The author is in the blog object. Why the author's information is in the author object? Get so it's meant to be called. I don't know why the author is not opening. Okay, here's the author now. You can see is the first name, right? First name and the last name. So I'll just copy this and paste for the last name. And also the date the blog was created. This value is static. So you're going to use, remember, we have the function called format date. Come on, suggest this for me. Yep. So I'm going to just pass in blog dot published date. Okay, perfect. We have something better. So yeah, so we are done with the detail page now. So it's perfect. If you check out another blog post, let's go down to page 2. Open this. Yeah, it's excellent. Nice, perfect. So we are done with the detail page. So currently in this video, we're going to work on users registration, whereby you can come on board, you can create an account for yourself, you get. So without further ado, let's get started right now. So if you've not subscribed yet, please do well to subscribe and also like this video. You understand? So back to our code now. Okay, so we're going to go down to our code now. So we have to create a new file. We're going to call this file sign up page. It's going to be the page where users can create their account from. You get so over to the pages folder. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this file sign up. It's called sign up page .jxx. Sorry, let me say sign up. Yeah, page .jxx. It's enter. So right now, here is our sign up page. So I'm going to run the array snippets. So we've got it. So right now, I'm going to get in the code for the sign up page. Let me get the code quickly. So I've got the code already. So I'll paste it here. Yeah, so here's our page. And we check closely now. We have the label, we have the inputs. These two are coming from Shadcn. So we have to go down to Shadcn UI now. Shadcn UI. So click on it. Click on components. So on the left now, you're going to look for the input field and also the label. So for the input now, yeah, this is the input you are using. So we have to get the code now. How do we get it? First of all, we have to run this. We have to install the inputs. We're going to use npx. Just copy the code. You can just click on here, choose npm, back to your project. Just Ctrl C, breakout, and then say yes, and then paste the installed command. Paste it there. Once that is done, once you've done that, now what's the next step? You have to simply copy this import statement, copy it and back to our form. Just on top, paste that. Right now, let's go look for the label. As for the label, this is our label here. Click on it. So click on code, then pick up the label, just copy it, paste it just beneath the inputs. All right, now let's get the install statement for the label. Here it says just click on here, choose npm, and then back to your code, paste it. Yeah, so that should do it. While our label is installing, let's go create a path for the sign up page, right? Back to your app.jxs. Yeah, so I'm going to simply comment this profile because we are not using it yet. So we are not using it yet. So I'm going to add a new route for our sign up page. I'm going to say route. You know, the path should be equal to, let's just say sign up. That's a better name, sign up. And the element should be equal to, sign up page. Suggest it for me. So got our sign up page there. So if you go down to sign up, you should have your sign up page, right? So back to our nav bar, over to your UI components folder. Here's our nav bar. You have the register button. Here is it. Here is the register button. Because, okay, you know, we already commented at our profile. We commented it out. I'm thinking let's also comment it out here because we are not using it yet. Comment it out to avoid errors. Let's leave it commented. So here is our register. Here's the register link. So what do we do now? I'm thinking. I'm gonna. Okay. I'm gonna copy. Let me just uncomment this. I'll copy this first. Copy, then comment it out, and I'll simply duplicate it. I'll simply duplicate it from my register link. I'll simply put in register here. Register. Yes, and then yeah, and then it should be called sign up. Sign up, right? Yeah, that's how it should be. Let's run the server again. npm run dev. Back to the browser. Click on register. Okay, let's just load up again. So right now we have our page up again. So click on register. Or it threw an error. Let's click on it. Inspect. Okay, it says link is not defined. In sign up page, link is not defined. We are using the link. We are using the link elements. Link is defined up. Okay, in sign up page, it says link is not defined. We are using the link elements. Oh, we used it here. Oh. Okay, so I think I'll just copy this, comment it out. You're gonna do a lot of commenting for now. Let me just say signing. So back here. Yep, so we got to our sign up page now. You can see it. So right now, we are going to simply use React. We are going to use React hook form to validate our form. We are going to use the React hook form to validate this form. You get, so just follow me as I do it. Okay, so right now let's get to business. So we are going to use React hook form to validate the form on the front end. You get, so over to our backend. Let me show you something. For you to create a new user, we need the username. These are the fields here. We need the username, the first name, the last name, and password. These are the fields we need to create a new user, right? So and the fields must be these names exactly the same way. Username, first underscore name, last underscore name, and password. So right now we are going to use React hook form to validate and also submit this form data, right? So let me make this a bit smaller. So first thing first, we have to install React hook form. So over to your time, I'm going to open a new command prompt. So I'm going to say npm install React hook form. I feel this is too small and I feel this is also too big now. So let's install React hook form. So first thing first, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say const. We have to get some things from React hook form. We need this register. We need the handle submit. I'll show you how they work. And we also need the form states. We also need reset. And this is coming from use form. And use form is coming from React hook form. Okay, React hook form is still getting installed. Let's wait for it. So right now we have React hook form already installed. So let's try this again. So I want to get use form from React hook form. Come on, yeah, here it is. So we've got that now. So right now I want to get the fields. You can see we have about 5. How many fields do we have here? What's going on? Our page keeps disappearing. Okay, we are back. So we have about 5 fields right now. So we want to simply get a hold of the values that will be imputed into these fields. So we are simply submitting these 4 fields: the username, the first name, the last name, and the password. The confirm password is just there for you to make sure that you know the password you entered. The confirm password is just there for you, it's just there to like let you know the password you entered, right? Get, so we are not submitting the confirm password, we are only submitting the password and the other fields except the confirm password. So right now let's capture these fields now. So we are going to use this register this register keyword because from React hook form. We're going to use this register right away. So over to our input field now, we're going to add a new line. We're going to call it, we're going to use the curly braces and then 3 dots, and they're going to say register. So remember, what's the name of the field? The name of our field is called the username. Username, it must match the name we have on the back end. The name we have on the back end over here, username, first name, last name, password, they must be the same, right? So we've got username there. One thing again, we want to just make sure that this field is required, right? I'm going to say required. I'm going to say username is required. I'm going to say username is required. And also say, I'm going to say the minimum length of username should be 3. I'm going to say min length should be 3. I'm going to say the value should be 3. And the message, if you impute anything less than 3, we are going to return a message to you. I'm going to just simply say username field must be at least 3 characters. So we are going to say username field, username must be at least 3 characters. So I'm going to simply break this. So right now, we've got this field right away. We've got the name. We added this. We had to add some validations. So what if this? Let's say someone comes now and imputes 2 characters, or let's say someone comes now and did not impute anything into the username field. What should we do? We have to display an error message, and we are going to do that just under this input field. We are going to display an error message just here. So you're going to check if going to say right now we have to import errors. We're going to get errors from use state. We're going to say const errors. We're going to get errors from form state rather, not use state. Should come from form state. Yeah. So right now, if any of the if the user fails any of this validation, wants to display an error message, we're going to say errors. Then we're going to use a question mark because the user might input a value there and we don't want to display an error. This question mark is just like there might not be any error on the username. So if you don't use a question mark, it's going to throw an error because there might not be error, there might be an error. We're not sure. That's why we are using the question mark. So I'm going to say errors.username.message. So we're going to put another question mark here. So if any errors occurs on the username field, you want to simply display this error message. You're going to say small. I'm using this small tag. We're going to say errors.username.message. So I have to give this. I have to give this some class name. I'm going to say class name should be equal. So I'm going to say the color of the text should be red. Color of the text should be red. Let's red 700. So now go down to your username right now. Okay, right now that's it now. So I'm going to just copy this stuff for the other fields. For the first name field, I'm going to change this to first name. This should be, I'm going to say first name is required. I'm going to say first name should be at least 3 characters. And as for the error message, let's copy this. I'm going to say errors.first underscore name. This should be first name too. Copy, paste here. Yes, so let's do the same thing for the last name. I'm going to say last name, small l, last underscore name. I'm going to say last name is required. We're going to say last name must be at least 3 characters. As for the error message, let's copy this line. You say first, that should be last name now. Yep. What next is the password. They're going to copy the same thing, but there'll be a slight difference. I'm going to say password. I'm going to say password is required. Right now, the password should be at least 8 characters, not 3. Let's say password must be at least 8 characters. And for the error message, I'm going to say password. And lastly, let's copy this again for the confirm password. We'll call this confirm password. You're going to say password is required, at least 8 characters. And right now, I'm going to check one more thing. We want to make sure that the password is the same. We want to make sure that the confirm password is the same as the password. So right now, we're going to simply get a right now. We want to get the value of the confirm of the password. Right now, we're going to import watch. So right now, we want to get the value of our password field. We're going to say const password should be equal to. We're going to say watch the password field. Password. Yeah, so that's what we want to do. And over to our confirm password field. We want to make sure, we want to check if the password field and the confirm password field are the same. We want to check for that. Over to our confirm password. So over to our confirm password. Here's our confirm password now. Right now, we're going to just validate. We're going to add a custom validate function. We're going to say validate. Right now, we're going to just say data. Data represent the current value in the confirm password field. That's what data represents. We're going to say data. We're going to say data equal to value. If they are the same thing, that means there is no problem. So if they're the same thing, we're then going to say or. We're going to say password do not match. So if this is true, the right side will be neglected. Sorry, it's called value, not data. It's called value. This is value. I'm going to say if the value represents the current, represent the value of the confirm password field. We're going to compare the value with the password, with the value of the password field, and we got that like this. I'm going to say const password should be equal to watch password, whereby this password here is referring to the value of the password field. So I'm going to say password now. We are trying to confirm the value of the confirm password field to the value of the password field. So right here we are saying, where is it again? So we are trying to say if value is equal to password, if this is true, the right side will be ignored. If this is false, the right side will be displayed. Understand? So that's it. So right now we have to handle the unsubmit. So we have to handle the form submission. So we are going to simply just say const on submit data. Am I correct? Okay, let me just use a normal function. Let's just say function. Oh, I didn't get this. Let's say function. I'll say on submit. I'll say data. I'll say console.log data. So over to our form now. Just break this guy. What on unsubmit? You're going to say unsubmit. So you're going to call this undo submit here. And then we'll pass in on submit. So let's put in the equal sign here. I forgot. Yep. So what we need to do now. So we're not done. So let's just go to our browser. If I try submitting this now, you're going to see we're going to have the different error messages here. If I submit, because it says username is required. This is required, right? So what I'm going to input something in all of them. So if I put in 2 characters there, if I put in a single character, I can say username must be at least 3 characters. If I put in here, you can see says first name must be at least 3 characters. See, this is coming from React hook form. Understand? So if you fail any of the condition, any of the validations, the error message will be displayed out for you. If the field is empty, you're going to have username is required or first name or password. If the length of the value is not up to 3, you're going to have the error that tells you that the value should be at least 3 characters. And as for the password, if our password does not match, I'm going to enter different random password now and click on it. You can see now it says sorry, back to our code now. We are going to have some error message for the password field. The password. Okay, if I did not add that for the confirm password. I'm going to say the password do not match, but I didn't add it, so that's why then it's going to say confirm password. It's your code now. You can see now I say password do not match. It's called passwords, not just password. Passwords do not match. So you can see now we have that here, passwords do not match. Submit. They don't match, right? So right now we've got this now. So once everything, so if you get everything right, you're not meant to see this error message. We are meant to console out. We're meant to console out the data. Yeah. Right. So let's try. I'm going to input I'm going to input some valid values. And I'm going to say clean scene. Let me say clean scene again. Let me say Machiko. That's my surname. I'm going to put in the password, something that is correct, at least 8 characters, and they match. Right now, open the, let's see our inspect the console. Let's clear it, and then click on submit. Right now, you can see we got our actual data. The data is coming from here, right? We got everything we imputed. That's it. So what's the next step now? So once you sign up, you're meant to this is just happening on the front end. What about the back end? So let's go work on the back end now. So back to our code now. Back to our backend code. Already have the endpoint for creating a new user. The endpoint is called register user. Register user. Here's the endpoint. So we're going to go down to our backend code now. So now back over to the file called our API blog.js is in the services folder. So API blog.js. Now, so we're going to create a new function for registering new users. I'm going to say function. I'm going to say register user. Let's register user. Okay, that's fine. I would have loved to call it sign up, but that's fine. Leave it like that. So I'm going to say this is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to say async, and we also need to export it. Right. So right now, what we're doing is simple. We're going to use our try catch again. I'm going to say const response should be equal to api.post, and it's called register underscore user. That's our endpoint. Register underscore user, then /. So while trying to make a post request, you're expected to pass a data. You're expected to send a data to the backend. Remember, we are trying to send this data we got here. Where's data again? We are trying to send this data from the form to the backend to create a new user, right? So we are expecting the data. So we are going to expecting the data from the front end. We are going to say data should. We are going to pass the data over to this function, and we also need it here. We also need the data here. We're going to say data. We need it there too. So we're going to simply return a response. We're going to say return response the data. So if there's an error, we're going to simply check out for that error. We're going to say catch error. So right now we're going to check. We're going to say. So right now the only error we can have from the backend, the only error that we can get on the backend is when you try to create a user with a username that already exists. That's when you can have an error from the backend. If you try creating a user with an existing username, you are going to get an error from the backend. Else, all other errors will be handled here on the front end. All other errors there will be caught on the front end, whereby you cannot even submit the form. Where you understand? So, but the only error that will not be caught on the front end is when you try using a username that already exists. And for that error to occur, we're going to say if error the status is equal to 400. So if the error status is 400, that means you tried creating a user with an existing username. So we're going to then say throw new error. We're going to say throw new error. Or simply just say username already exists. So else we just throw out the normal error we used to have. Else throw new error. I'll say error.message. Yep, so we've got that. But I wonder why we're having this red sign here. So this should be our weights. We have to pass in the weights here. Could that be the problem? Or I spelled response wrongly. That's the thing. So I'm going to explain what's going on here. I'm going to explain to you guys. So I'd love to also console.log the error. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. So now we've got our function ready. It is an asynchronous function because we are using the React query, and we have to also export the function so we can be able to import it in another file. So back to the sign up page now. So we're going to use previously we have been using useQuery. useQuery is used for fetching data. But right now we are trying to make a post request. So we are going to use the use mutation. So I'm going to say const mutation. I'm going to say const mutation should be equal to use mutation. Previously we used use query. Right now we're using use mutation. I'm going to say mutation function should be equal to, right now it's going to be, it's called register user is the name of our function, register user. Right now we're expecting a data to be passed through it. Right, so you can also pass that data here. Yeah, so then we're going to just say on success, if everything goes well, I want to simply return an alert that says registration was successful. Right, so we have to use we are going to use a package called React Toastify. I'm going to say React. I think we've used React Toastify before. Okay, we are going to use a package called React Toastify. React Toastify. So use it here. It's called Toastify. So click on the npm link. So right now we are on the website, React Toastify's website. So we're going to follow their guide. It's a very simple guide. First thing first, let's install React Toastify. Copy the command, the install command. Put this up. So just paste it there. So while it's installing, let's keep on configuring it. So you go down to your app layouts. We're going to copy these two lines, copy them, and over to the app layouts. Go down to your UI components. You find a component called app layout. So paste these two lines. Paste it there. So on this component, we only need this toast container. We don't need toast yet. We don't need toast yet. So now we have to then scroll down and copy this toast container. and we'll just paste it just under the nav bar. Is fine. Yeah, so I think we've set up our toast like that. So I think we're still trying to install. Oh, I didn't even hit enter. So now let's try and install the React Toastify package. So it's done installing. Back to the sign up page now. So whenever there is a success, whenever we are able to log in successfully, we are going to simply just say toast. So you have to import this toast from React Toastify. Click on it, see it up here. Then I'm going to say toast.success. I'll say signed up successfully. I say, you just say you have successfully created an account. That's it. So that's when, and then we want to also reset the page. Whereby if we submit the form, want to make sure that the page goes empty, right? So we have to import resets from here. We can already have resets there. So we also, let me just call out, it's going to say resets. That's when, if everything goes well, that's when if the try block is successful, or if the try block fails, that means that the catch block is going to run. So if the catch block runs, we want to also undo what happens on the front end. So I'm going to come over here and say on error, just add a comma there. Say on error. Yeah, I'm going to say toast.error. We're expecting an error message from our backend. So the error we are going to be having here, I'm going to say error.message. This error we are having here is coming from this username already exists, or from here. So right now, what we're going to do now is simple. And how do we call the function? How do we call it? So how do we call the sign up function? So sorry, this mutation is not meant to be in an object. I'm going to say mutation. Yeah, mutation like this. So over to this onSubmit. Where are you onSubmit? So the onSubmit, let's bring down the onSubmit. Let's bring it down. Over to our onSubmit now. So we're going to call this mutation function in this onSubmit. I'm going to paste it there. I'm going to say mutation.mutate, and then we pass in the data. Right. So yeah, this is what we need to do. And pass going to say mutation. Mutation is an object. Mutation is an object. Inside of the mutation object, we have the mutate. The mutate is the exact function we need to run. That's why I said mutation.mutate, and then we pass in the data. This data is here as the values from our form. And I tell you that why trying to register a user, we are expecting a data that we need to send to the backend, right? This, and over to the sign up page, we are getting that data from the form we are trying to submit. You get. So now let's try and see. This should work. This should work. This should work. So right now, let's try and see. So I want to also prove to you about this error status 400. We are only going to have an error with status 400 whenever you try to use an existing username to create an account. That's why I have to console the error. So I will show it to you. So back to our code now. I'm going to say, let's try. I'm going to say jnet. Our first name should be jnet also. Last name, let's say Janet Mike or Janet Michael. The password, let's put in something there. So I'm going to input another. I'm going to input a different password now. Click on sign up. Right now it says password do not match. So I'm going to input the correct password. So let me just clear out this, and then click on sign up. Oh, it threw an error. We can't even see the error message, but there was an error. It says status 500. We couldn't see the error message. No, we are meant to see the error message. Okay, I get the reason why we couldn't see the error message. Back to our API block. We are meant to see the error message. I'm meant to say this should be, yeah, this should be just throw new error. Throw new error. Yeah, this is it's not meant to be error.message again. Right, so back to this should be error. It should be the error object, not the actual message. So over to our sign up page. So we are going to then display the actual message if there's an error. You get, so let's try again. We submit it. Right now it says request field with status code 500. You can see here, over to my right now in the console, I consoled the error out. Remember, I had to console the error out in my, I had to console out the error for me to show you something. Yeah. And right now the error status is saying 500. It says 500. Assuming it was 400, it would have shown the, right now we could have seen the pop-up. Right now we could have seen the toast. The toast would have displayed username already exists. Assuming this, assuming the status code was 400, but right now it is 500. It's displaying something else. That's fine. So let's go down to our backend and see what the problem is on the backend. The backend says, oh, okay, I know what the problem is. Back to our serializers. Let's add the email. Okay, so I'm going to remove this email field. We are not submitting the email field, and over here I was checking for the email field. Let's simply remove it. We are not submitting the email field. The one we are submitting is enough. So that was the problem. That was the cause of the problem. So back to our code now. Click on the click on the button again. Sign up. Ouch. Let's see what the error is this time. Okay, right now we also need to remove the email from here. We are not using the email field. Let's also remove it from here. The email is not being used in this project. So click on the sign up button. Right now it says you are successfully created an account. Right, and we check closely, the form is now blank. Let's check out our error, our success message. It says you have successfully created an account. So that's done. Go down to the backend now. You see that we have Janet on the backend. You see we have Janet there. I'm going to go. Let me show that. I'm going to say 127.8001/admin. So click on users. You can see we have Janet. Right. So I'm going to try using. I'm going to try using Janet again. I'm going to say Janet. I'm trying to use the same username again. Remember, we already have Janet in our database. Janet already exists as a username, and you cannot use the name again because username are meant to be unique, right? So, but right now we are trying to use it again. So I'm going to click on sign up. Because it says now username already exists, and this the status is saying 400. And over to our API block, I said that if the error status is 400, simply return this error message. Right? We can return a custom error message if you want to. Right? So that's that. That's it now. So we're not done yet. So I want to also make sure that whenever we are trying to create an account, I want to display a loader on this button that shows that an account is being created. Hope you understand. So we are going to use a smaller spinner. We are going to use a smaller spinner this time. So I'm going to create a new component, and I'll call this small spinner. Small spinner.jxx, and I'll get the code for it quickly. I'll just say RAFCE. So I'm going to get the code. I'm going to get the code quickly. So back here, I'll simply just replace everything in the code I copied. Yeah, so this is coming from the React spinner we used earlier, the same thing. So now over to our sign up page now. Over to the page now. So just where we have just before remember in the use query we add an object, we add a destructured object that returned is spending, is error, is and data. You understand? But this you get we also have the same thing here. But this time around, I am not destructuring the objects. I am using the objects the way it is. So right now I'm going to just come over to the button. I'm going to say, instead of having to display just this sign up here, we're going to do something now. I'm going to say if mutation dot is pending, if it is true, I'm going to simply return, let's return a new stuff. I'm going to say, I want to return our small spinner, right? And also, I want to also return, I'll just come over here and just say, let's return this. I will just simply just say, return a small, I'll just say a small text saying creating user with 3 dots. Let me just give it a text size. Let me just say class name, a text size of, let's say 16 pixels. This from Tailwind CSS. Let me just save the else. If mutation dot is pending is true, I want to display this small spinner and this text that says creating user, else, or just display another small text that simply just says sign up. Sorry, this should be outside of the fragments. That says sign up. Just save this. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Oh, we're having to sign up there. Let's remove the other one that was there. Okay, now let's try a new user. I could just come over and say Christian. Let's just say Chris. Or let's just say Cristiano, and then we'll say Christian. And his user, let's say the last name is Wachiko. My brother is Christian. His name is Christian. And then I'll say Baka. Let's input the password. So click on sign up. It says password do not match. Let's input some. Let's make sure they match. Click on sign up. You can see now we have this loading sign. You can see now it says your account. You have successfully created an account. That's perfect. So right away, go down to the backend. You're gonna see we refresh the page, and we have Christian. Perfect, right? So that's 9. So right now in this video, I just showed you how to sign up new users. And in this episode, we are going to work on JWT authentication, you understand? So without further ado, let's get started. If you've not subscribed yet, please do well to subscribe and like this video. So back to our code now. Here's how it's going to work. So we are going to implement JWT authentication in Get. So first thing first, we are going to first of all create a protected route. So what is a protected route? A protected route is simply a component that helps to protect a page that requires user authentication. For example, our create post page, this page we have here, right now I'm going to use the already built app to show you guys an example. So we have this create post page. This page is a protected route. Before you can access this page, you must be logged in, right? So if I log out right now, and I try right now, if I click on the page, if I click on create post, I can't access the page again. I can only access the create post page only when I am logged in. So we are going to create a protected route that's going to help us protect this page, this create post page, and to only give you access only when you are logged in. So we are going to work on that. You understand? So, but before we work on the protected route, I would like us to build up this create post page. You understand? Let's build it up quickly. It's not going to take us much time. So once we are done building the create post page, we are going to create our login page and then our protected route. And after that, we're going to implement JWT authentication, quick and simple. So right now, let's get started. Okay, so right now we're going to create a new page. We're going to call the page create post page. We head over to our pages folder, create a new file called create posts. Let's say create post page.jxx. It's enter. So I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on, suggest this for me. So I'm pasting the code here. The code is quite, it's just a simple HTML and some Tailwind CSS, right? That formed our React component. So I will show you what the page looks like. So I'm going to come over here. I will come back here. This is the already built app. So right now I'm going to log in here. I'm going to log in a user right now. Let's see what the page looks like. So sign in. So yeah, here's how the page looks like. It has the title, the contents, the category, the image, and this other feed called save as draft. So these are the page looks like, and that's what we have here, right? So but right now we have to import some of these things from Shadcn. Remember, we already had the label installed, we already had input installed, right? We've not yet installed our text area. How do I know this? You go down to your code now. There's a folder called components in your source folder. This folder holds all the components we've gotten from Shadcn. So right now we have the button, the inputs, the label, the pagination, the switch, but we've not yet got text area. We've not got the select yet. So we are going to get all this right now. So right now, as for the input and the label, we already have them. I'll simply just paste their import statement above. So right now, let's work on importing the text area. So back to Shadcn quickly. Let's say Shadcn UI. It's enter. So click on the first link. So right now we're on Shadcn now. Click on components. So we're going to look for text area on the left side. Here's our component, right? So let's look for text area. Here it is. So we have to import this. Copy npm. Where are you? Yeah, here's the page. So let's open a new command prompt. Now paste it there. Hit enter to install it. So as for the let's copy the imp. Here is the copy this imports. Copy it back to your code, and on top on that label paste the line there. So while it is installing now, we also need our select components. So over to Shadcn. Yes, select. Yes, click on select, and then we're going to copy this import. Copy it. npm back here. So right now, the text area is done installing. So I'm going to simply paste the command, the import for the select components. So while it is installing, back to our code now. Here's the import statement. We're going to copy everything. paste that just under the text area. So yeah, so our select why so right now let's wait for the select component to finish installing. And while it is still installing, we're going to create a new route for this create post page. Go down to your go over to your app.gxs file. So let's add a new route. So I'm going to just say route. The path should be equal to create, and the element should be equal to the element is called, I think I called it create post page. So we close this. So right now we're still having the select component is still getting installed. Okay, so right now we're ready. Right now we have the select component installed. So right now let's import create posts back to our. So I'm going to remove some of this stuff. We don't need them. Let's remove them. Yeah, let's clear up the space. As for our profile page, we don't need it yet. Now let's import. I'm going to say import create post page. Yeah, that was it. So we've got it imported now. So the path is called create. So over to our nav bar. Our nav bar is located. Here's a nav bar. So we're going to add a link to that page. So as for this profile, we remove it. We are not working with it yet. It's making the page look messy. So here's the create post page here. Here is the link. This is the link, right? So I'll just copy this nav link, copy this one from the register link, copy it, and then I'll paste it inside here. Yeah, and then I'll rename this. We're going to call this, I hope I didn't make a mistake. Let's Ctrl Z. So we'll paste it here. Call it nav link. It's looking like we made a mistake. So I'll rename this to create. That's the path. It's called create, and we are going to call this one create posts. Right? Okay, right now our nav link is not covered. Let's simply add the closing. Yeah, so remove this. So let's go down, let's save our page. This is meant to be okay. Sorry. Yeah, it's perfect now. So right now we have a new link for our create post page. This is a nav link. It's pointing down. It's pointing down to the part called create. Right, you have its active class name, and the link is create post. So we've got this already. Back to our browser. So we've got register working. We've got create posts. Oh, create post through an error. Let's inspect. Check the console. It says select group is not defined. Select group is not defined. Okay, back to our page. Okay, I think we'll just copy this select group. We'll also add it here. And also, let's copy the select label. I'll also add it here. So I think we have I think we have all of them now. It says checkbox is not defined. Okay, we also need to install the checkbox. Well, I don't think we are using that checkbox. We are not using it, so I'll remove it. I'm just going to remove this checkbox. Okay, let's remove the checkbox. We're not using it. Yeah, to save our time. the feature, we are not using the checkbox. Let's just simply remove it. Yeah, that's what we have now. So we have the title, the content, the category, the featured image, and yeah, here's our create post looking good, right? So right now, let's look on the login page quickly. Okay, so right now let's add up our login page. So back to our code now. So we have the create post page done. So now let's create a new page called login page.jxx. It's enter. So I'll paste in the code here. I've got the code already. It's simple. So right now we have the label from Shadcn. We also have the input from Shadcn. We have the link from React Router DOM. So this is very, very simple. Let me show you what it looks like. Here's what the login page looks like. I'll log out JNet, and you can see this is what the login page looks like. Just two fields and the button. So we've got the same thing here. So let's create a route for this page. Back to our app components, we're going to add a new route. I'll just copy this one for sign up, Ctrl C. Let's paste it under the create. So we're going to call this sign in. The element is login page, right? So yeah, here is it. We've got that already. That's perfect. So back to our nav bar. So what do we do? I'll simply copy the one for sign up, copy it. Then I'll replace it up here. Yeah, we're going to call this one login. Login, right? It should be called sign in. Sign in. Yep, so let's see what it looks like over to our browser. So yeah, here it is. So right now we're on the create post page. We are on the create post page. Right now we're on the register page. And now we're on the login page, right? So we have the three pages done. So what's the next thing now? So right now I want to create a protected routes component, whereby if you're not logged in, you cannot access the create post page. If you're not logged in, you won't be given access to this page. You can only create a post only when you are logged in. So back to our code now. We'll create a new component. I'll go back, head over to your UI components. Let me just close down all this order. So open the source folder, over to the UI components. So we are going to create a new file. I'm going to call this file protected routes.jxx. It's enter. Then we're going to say FCE. Come on. Yeah, so let's remove this React on top. So right now, I'm going to declare a state, going to say const is authorized. So this route is going to give us access to the create post page. If you're not logged in, you won't be given access. I'm going to say is authorized. Is authorized should be equal is authorized, right? I'm going to say set is authorized, right? Is authorized and set is authorized. And I'm going to say use states should be equal to, by default, the value is going to be null. So let's import use states. I'm going to say import use states from React. Yeah, so we've got this is authorized right now. So what is next step? So right now we're going to simply, I'm going to simply create a function. Make this a bit bigger. So right now I've created a function. I'm going to call this function authorize. I'm going to say function. I'm going to say authorize. So this function is meant to be an asynchronous function. So I'm going to add this async keyword. First thing first, I want to check if our local storage has a key called access, because whenever you log in, we are going to simply store an access key to the local storage. So we are checking to see if the local storage has the key. So I'm going to say const token should be equal to local storage dot get item. It's called get item. access. So if the token does not exist, I'm going to say if not token, if it does not exist, what am I typing? If not token, I'm going to say set is authorized to false. I will simply return, right? If not token, but if there is a token, what do you want to do? You want to simply decode this token, right? So here's how, so right now, here's how we decode, this is how we are going to decode a token. So if a token exists, we are going to simply decode this, we are going to simply decode the token. So I'm going to say const decoded token, decode token should be equal to JWT decode, and then I'll pass in the token. So I think we need to install a package called JWT decode. I'm going to say npm by JWT decode. Hit enter. So right now we have the package installed. So we have to import JWT decode from, we have to import this JWT decode. So let's just remove some text. Let's see if, yeah, there is it. So you can see I have the import statement on top. So right now we're going to say const expiry date, right now we want to get the expiry date. It's going to say const expiry underscore date should be equal to decode. Let me just call this decoded token. Decoded token should be equal to decoded token dot exp. Yeah, dot exp, and then we're going to get the current time we are. I'm going to say current time should be equal to, I'm going to say date.now divided by 1000. So this will give us our time in seconds. So right now we're going to simply do this. I'm going to say if current time is greater than expiry date. So if current time is greater than expiry date, that means the token has expired, right? Then we are going to simply do this. We're going to call a function that will help us generate a new access token. We're going to say await. We're going to call this function. The function is called refresh token. We've not yet created the function yet. The function has not yet been created. The function is going to be called refresh token. We've not yet created it. So I'll simply comment this line out. So if the current time is greater than the expiry date, it means the token has expired. So simply generate a fresh token for us. This refresh token will simply generate a new token for us. You understand? So that's if our token has expired. But if our token has not yet expired, what are we going to do? We're going to say else, and then we're going to simply set is authorized to true. Right? We'll set is authorized to true. Right? So yeah, so that's it now. So we've done this now. So what's the next step? So we'll come out of our, so outside of the authorized function, remember by default, is authorized is set to null. So right now, is authorized is meant to be null at first, and once it is null, it is meant to then switch over to either false or true. Is authorized is not meant to stay at null for a long time. So while is authorized is null, we want to simply display a spinner. You understand? So back here, I'm going to say if is authorized, come on, so just is if it is equal to null, I'm going to simply do what? Return the spinning elements, return our spinner. Come on, so this for me, come on, spinner. Yes, that's it. So that's our spinner now. So if it's authorized is null, we're going to turn our spinner. But what's if it is if it's authorized is false? We want to simply redirect the user to the login page. If is authorized is true, we want to simply grant the user access to the protected routes. So if is authorized is true, the user will be able to access the create post page. So right now we're gonna accept a prop. We're gonna accept the children prop up here. I'm gonna call it children. So say children, yeah. So now what do we do now? So over here, yeah. So I'm gonna do some stuff here. I'm gonna use React fragments. Yeah. So once we're here now, we're gonna say if it's authorized, if it is true, we will simply return the children prop. The children prop is the page that is being protected, and that page is the create post page. So if it's authorized is true, we want to display the children prop, and that is the create post page. But if it's authorized is false, I will simply navigate the user. I will simply redirect the user back to the login page. So navigate, come on, yeah, it's coming from React router. I'm going to navigate the user back to the login page. So that's it. So that's it now. So now, yeah, so we are not done. So we're not done yet. So we have to create this refresh token function. So just above here, I'm going to just call it up here. I'm going to say function refresh token. So first and first, we're going to get, remember, whenever you're trying to log in, so for you to understand this token and token stuff, make sure you've watched the backend, the episode where I covered JWT authentication on the backend. So I thought I showed you how you can create your token on the backend. So you want to check that out, just go check out the episode where I taught JWT authentication on the backend. So I'll drop the video in this video's description. So right now, yeah. So right now I'm going to say const. I'm going to say refresh. Right now, we want to get our refresh token. Or let's just say let's call it refresh. We're going to say local storage. So our refresh token is our so whenever a user logs in, we store the access token and the refresh token on the browser's local storage, right? So right now we're going to say local storage dot get item. I'm going to call it refresh. So we save it with the key code refresh. For the refresh token, it is saved with this key code refresh. For the access token, it is saved with this key code access. So right now, this is how it works here. So I would love to give you guys a brief overview on the backend on how this works on the backend with Django. So I just feel like showing you guys this. This will make the video a bit long, but I think it's worth it. So right now, back to our code now. So I recommend you go watch the video where I taught this thing, where I showed you how to perform JWT authentication on the backend. Please go watch the video. I'll link the video in this video description. Do well to watch it if you don't understand how it works. So back to our project URL.spy file. Yeah, so we have these two endpoints. One is called token. The token is for this token endpoint enables us to generate our access and refresh token. While this token refresh enables us to it enables us to create a new access token with the already existing refresh token. So I'll show you what this means. I'll explain what it means now. So right now, for it to log in, we have to send a post request to this endpoint called token, and the post request is going to contain the username and the password, right? So yeah, so back to right now, open Postman here. Let me show what I'm talking about. So click on the button called new HTTP request. Click on it. So now we have our Postman open now. So I want to show you right now to simply. So I'm going to say 127. Want to send a post request. Want to simply. Right now I want to show you how we can generate a token. So here's the endpoint. This token, yeah, that's the endpoint, right? So click on body, click on form data. So I'm going to impute. Let me just impute. It's going to say username should be JNet. We already have JNet existing on the backend, JNet, and our password should be Baka100. I'm a Barcelona fan, so So click on this send button, click on it. Yeah, so right now we just generated a new refresh token and access token. You can see it here. So what did we do? So right now, for you to get these tokens, you have to simply pass in your username and your password. So these are it is done on the back end. So we pass in the username and the password, and then we send a post request to this endpoint called token. Right? This is our backend URL. So what we did, that's what we did, right? So so right now on the front end, we are going to store this refresh token. This is a refresh token. We are going to store this token on in our local storage, and we are also going to store the access token in our local storage, and we are going to use this key, the refresh and the access key, to store them. So right now, if the access token has a shorter lifespan than the refresh token. Let me see, the refresh token has a longer lifespan than the access token. So once your access token expires, what we are going to do here, what this function does here, this function I'm about to create, what it does now is this. It is going to simply, where are we? It is going to simply now use the refresh token this refresh token it already has, to generate a new access token. Right? That's what it does. So how do we go about that? Remember, the endpoint is called token underscore refresh. How the endpoint is called on our end. So you can record anything on your own end. So we are going to then come over, I'll copy the refresh token, just copy it. Control C, copy it. And then we're going to pass let's just rename this to refresh. I'm going to clear out this password. And I'll pass the refresh token here. Yeah, so we've got our refresh token now. So right now we need a new access token. Let's assume our access token has expired. So click on the send button. So right now you can see we've got a new access token. Right now we only got an access token. So that's how it works, right? So what you are doing here now. So right now, if the token, right now, this condition means that the token has expired. Once it has expired, we are going to call the refresh token, and the refresh token is going to use the existing refresh token on the local storage to generate a new access token. And once that is done, the user can proceed. The user gets logged in again, right? That's it. So right now we are going to send a post request to the backend. We're going to send a post request to the backend to generate a new access token for us. Remember, we've gotten our refresh token. Remember, this is our refresh token over here. So we're going to use the try block, the try catch now. So let me just add a catch under the try catch here. I think this is looking too small. Let me make it. Oh, sorry. Let me make it bigger. So yeah, now I'm going to say const response should be equal to, I'm going to say await. Remember, is this going to be an asynchronous function? We already have our async here, so you have to use await to make the post request. I'm going to say API dot posts. We already have API imported on top. So say API dot post, and the endpoint is called token underscore refresh. Right, so put in the forward slash. Remember, I'm making a post request. Then we're going to simply pass in our objects. You're making a post request. You're meant to send something to the backend, and we're going to send an object. So we're going to say the key is always called refresh, and then we are trying to send this value called refresh also. Since they are of the same name, we can simply just use a single refresh, period. So that's it. Now, once we've done this, now we're going to then say if response dot status, if the response status is equal to, if it is equal to 200, then that means we have successfully generated a new access token. We're going to say local storage. Then we're going to simply store that access token to our local storage. We're going to say local storage or set item. Then we're going to say access. Then we'll simply just say response dot data. Response of data represents the entire object. Understand? And then we're going to right now we want to get access. Right now we want to right now we want to get the access property in the object. So I'm going to say dot access. This is how right now, this is how we get our token. And then we're going to set is authorized to true. So if the response is successful, we are going to perform this action. Or if it is not, we're going to say else. Set is authorized to false, right? Set is authorized to false. So for the try catch, we are going to do the same thing again. We still set is authorized to false over here. And we're going to also, let's just simply console out the error message, console.log error. And yes, so right now we have our refresh token done. Remember, we are calling the refresh token over. The refresh token is being called at this point in the authorize function. And so when do we call the authorize function? So we are going to call the authorize function whenever this protected route renders. So we are going to use the use effects for that. And so use effects hook, right? We import this from React, see it here. And then let's put in a function inside. So right now, I'm going to just check out for whenever there's an error, whenever there is an issue with the function. That's our major concern now. If there is an issue with the function, I'm going to say dot catch. If there's an issue, just simply set is authorized to false. So that's it. That's it. Right? Okay, so yeah, so right now I think we are done with the protected routes. We are done with it now. For us to properly test this, we have to simply head over to, let's go over to our app components. We have to protect this create page, this create post page component. We have to protect it right now. So we're going to call our protected routes here. So right now we're going to wrap our create post page components inside of the protected route. So this is how we do it. Protected routes. So suggest it for me. Yeah, that's it. Close it, and I'll simply just get the create post page and then paste it in between the protected routes. And yeah, so right now our create post page is now protected. If you're not logged in, you can't access it. All right, so it's the browser. So click on the folio. This is our home page. So click on register, login. This right now these pages are not protected. So right now click on create posts. You see you can't access it. Only when you're logged in, that's when you can access the create post page. You can see if I go back to the home page, if I try going back to the create post page, I can't. I can only access the page only when I am logged in. So okay guys, right now it's time for us to log in the users, right? So back to our code. So the endpoints for logging in users, yeah, where is it again? So back to our backend code. The endpoint is called, here is it, come on, show yourself. Over to your Django projects, url.py file. The endpoint is called token. It's called token. This is the endpoint. This is the endpoint we are going to use to log in our users. This is the endpoint we are going to use to generate the access and the refresh tokens. So let's get to it. So back to our code, over to our API blog.js file. Here you API blog.js. Okay, it's open. It is inside of the services folder. Yeah, so right now I'm going to create a new function. As usual, I'm going to say export async function, and then sign in. Yeah. Then I'm going to use our try and the catch try. And our catch will be here, catching errors for us. So back to our try block now. Yes, we're going to say const response. should be equal to await API dot posts. So we're expecting a data, and that data is the password and the username. It's gonna be an object, right? So over here, we're gonna simply, our endpoint is called token, put in the / and then pass in data, that's the object. They're gonna simply return response.data. For the catch now, so you're going to check if the error message, going to say if error the status, if it is equal to 401. If it's equal to 401, that is unauthorized. If it is equal to 401, that means that user is not authorized. And that simply means the user provided a wrong credentials. I'm going to say throw new error, and that should be invalid credentials. Else, if the error status is saying, if the error status return a different code, then we're going to simply just throw the error, throw new error, and we'll pass in error. So that's it. We have to, okay, I didn't spell function properly. So right now, let's go and do some front-end validation on the login page. Understand? So let's do some simple validation. So let's simply just say const. Let's get our register, the undo submit. I'm going to say register. We're using React hook form. I'm going to say register. I'm going to say undo submit. And then let's say form states. From form state to get our errors. I'm going to say use form from React hook form. Just simply import use form. From React hook form. Yeah, so back to as for the username field now, we're going to just simply capture the field. We're going to say register. The field is called username, and then we're going to then pass in our validation. So required. Let me just say required is true. Just say username is required. User name is required. So just copy this for the password. So we are doing a simple validation here, because the main validation has been done during the creation of users. So here, this is just a light validation. So we're going to do the password this time. Copy this. Let's say, okay, let's say password is required. Yeah, so as for the error message, so over here, then we're going to say const errors should be coming from form states. As for the error message now, so simple, just here, I'm going to just check errors, then put in the question mark dot username, then question mark dot message, and we'll do and. Then we're going to have the small tag, I'm going to say small. Then we're going to have the error message itself. I'm going to say error dot username dot message. So what's going on here? I said before, they might not, this question mark is just for, like, for example, if there is no error, you understand, there might not be an error. That what the question mark is there for, because there might not be an error, you get. So if you are sure there's an error, then we don't need to use the question mark. But for it to be on the safe side, we have to just add the question mark in case there are no errors, right? So if there are no errors and you do this, it's going to throw an error. So to avoid the error, we have to then prevent that with a question mark. This question mark is called optional chaining in JavaScript. So now we've got this now. So I'm going to give this a class name. And I'll say I want the text color to be red. Remember, it is an error we are dealing with here. Text to be red 700. Let me just save this. So I'll copy this for the user for the password. And I'll change this to password. Yes, so we've got that already. That's perfect. So our code now. Okay, we're not done yet. Let's look on the undo submits. Yeah, let's work on the undo submits. Let me just break this. So now, right now, I've add my on submits. On submits. Yes. So here, I'm gonna say undo submits. Yeah, undo submits from here. We got it from here. Undo. Okay, submit. I spelled. This is called submit. So we're gonna then create our own. I'm gonna say const. Let's create our own on submit. I'm gonna say const on submit. Let's use the normal function. I'm gonna say function. Say on submits. And then let's just console the data. Remember, the data is the value from the form. Console.log data. Then we'll pass this on submit into under submit, right? So back to our form now. So let's simply right click, inspect, console, clear, and then try submitting. Click, because it says username is required. If I enter the password, it says password is required, right? So that's good. So I'm going to input some random values there and then click on sign in. Perfect. We got our objects. We got the objects. That's perfect. So this is done now. What's the next step? It's time for us to log in. So we're going to use React query again. We're going to use the use mutation. So I'll say const mutation should be equal to, I'm going to say use mutation. And use mutation is meant to come from React query. And then the mutation function, I'm going to say mutation function should be, that's going to be our signing function. It's called signing. Here is it. And then we're passing the data we are expecting. Also pass it here. Yeah, so if we log in successfully, you're going to say on success. If there was a success, so just simply want to just return, want to just simply display a toast message. I'm going to say toast the success. So you're going to get toast from React Toastify. Toast is coming from React Toastify. Then we'll say toast the success. And say you have successfully signed up. Right, so we're going to say on error. Right, so after, yeah, I think it's on error is next. On error, we're going to simply return, say toast.error. Yeah, we're going to simply display the error message. We'll say error.message. And we're going to simply call this mutation function inside of this onSubmit, I'm going to say mutation dot mutate, and then we're passing this data. Remember, this data is this data represents the username and password we get from our form, and it is an object, so pass it over here. Yeah, and that's what we need to do. We are not done yet, but let's just see if it is working. So let's try logging in again. Remember, we have JNet in our database. JNet, we also have a password. Let's input a password. So click on sign in. So it's taking some time, right? It's taking some time. So we have to add an indicator, a loading indicator that something is going on. You can see it showed up. You are successfully signed up, right? So you can see it took some time. So we are going to add a spinner on this button to show us that something is going on, right? So I'm going to input a wrong password for JNet. So click on right now. Let's try again. Click on sign in. Let's see what the error message is going to be. It's taking in some time. You can see it says invalid credentials. You can see it took quite some time. So you have to add that loading indicator on this button. So you can see now the error status is 401. You can see on our console, the error status is 401 and it's saying unauthorized. That's because we imputed an invalid credentials. So that's fine now. So right now, let's add that loading icon, the loading spinner on the button. So we're going to say if, remember this mutation is an object and it's having some extra properties like it's pending, it's error, mutates, and some other stuff. So if it's pending is true, if it's pending is true. So what should we do? So far these are signing now. Yeah, so far here, I'll say if mutation dot is pending, if it is true, we're going to simply I'll just return a React fragments. And then let me just say small spinner, right? And then I want to also add, I'm going to add a small, let me just add a small text, small. Let me just create a class name, should be equal to, let's say text. And then we'll just say text size should be, let's say 16 pixels. And then I'll just say signing up. I put 3 dots there. And then if is pending is true, right? So if it is false, we just return the same small tag, but this time it's going to be saying, just be saying sign in. Let's say it's going to just simply just say sign in, save it, and that's it to the browser. We have sign in there. So click on the button again. You can see now we have this indicator that something is going on. Right? So something is going on. And one more thing, I want to also disable this button whenever something is going, whenever you are trying to log in. I want to prevent users from being able to click on this button. So let's disable the button. I'll come over here and just simply say, there's the button. I'll just say disabled. Disabled should be equal to, we're going to say mutation dot is pending. The same thing for our input fields. Pass it here and over to the pass it here too. So once something is going on, we want to make sure that these fields are disabled. You can't try any other thing. So if I click on it now, you can't do anything here. You can't. This button, you can't even click on it. You can see they are all disabled until the action is done running. Right. So that's that. You're not done yet. So you have to also, whenever you're trying to log in, if the login is successful, you want to also store the access token and the refresh token on the local storage. So we have not done that yet. So back to our code now. Over here. Yeah, in this onSuccess, So we're going to come over here. We're going to be expecting the response. This response we are getting here is the response that is returned. Is the response that is returned. Yeah, the response data that was returned there. Remember, response or data is an object. So to get the actual field, we have to then say response or data dot access. So right now, we return an object, right? So this error you see on the front end, where are we? This error is coming from this same point here. Understand? So that's how it's being done. So over here, we're going to simply just say local storage dot set item. I'll say access, the access token, should be equal to response dot access. So right now it might be asking, why not response or data dot access? That's not how it's meant to be, right? So go down to our API blog. We already returned response or data, and this is the object we returned, and that's what we are getting access to over here. So we already have the object here. So we already have the object. Then we are going to simply access the field in the object by saying response.access. So we're going to do the same thing for the refresh. For our refresh token, I will simply replace this with refresh, right? And this should be response.refresh. So let's test this out and see how it works. So back to our browser, open down the inspect. So let's open our storage, local storage. So like I see our local storage now, we only have the dark mode. So now let's try and set this for ourselves. And let's hope it works. So I'm gonna impute, let's say JNet. I'll impute the wrong password again. Click on signing in, click on it. Invalid credentials. So right now I'm going to impute the correct password. I'm going to say Baka 100 and then click on sign in. Let's see. Right now you can see now we have two new objects. We have two new keys in our local storage. We have the access key and then what have I done? Let me just close this now. We have the access key and we also have the refresh key. Perfect. So we've done this now. So what's the next step? The next thing for us to do now is this. Now remember, what we're trying to do is this. Now we're trying to get access to the create post page. Right. So right now we can access the page because we've been able to store the refresh and access token on the local storage. So right now I'm going to delete it now. I'll delete it, delete access, delete refresh. So right now we don't have access to it again. So right now you can see what I'm saying is this now. So remember, once we logged in, remember we are trying to access the create post page, but because we are not logged in, we are redirected back to the login page. So the aim now is this now. So whenever we log in, we want to get redirected back to that create post page. So these are it is now. So why trying to access a protected route? Because you are not logged in, you have to be redirected to the login page. So once you get logged in, the aim is to redirect the user back to that protected page he wanted to access. He wanted to gain access to. So that's our next aim. That's our next goal. So let's work on that next. So right now, let's implement it. Back to our code, head over to the protected routes components. So just up here under the is authorized states, we're going to say const location should be equal to use location. Yeah, from React router done. So we've got use location now. What this use location helps us do is it helps us to get the current path we are on. That's what it helps us to do, right? So down to the navigate over here, where you can see we have to navigate over to the sign in page if the user is not logged in. So we know before we got redirected, we were going somewhere. We were trying to access the protected page, but we got redirected to the login page. So now we are going to right now want to simply get the hold of the URL of that protected page we wanted to gain access to. We want to get a hold of the URL. We want to get the part of that page we're trying to get access to before we got redirected. So we're going to say state is equal to, we're going to say from should be equal to location, right? And we're going to just simply come over here and say replace. That's a convention. You have to add this replace there. Yes. So what this does is now is that we are trying to, right now, this from is simply representing the, it is representing the parts we got rejected from. Instead, it is this from is simply representing the protected parts that we couldn't access. And the location here is simply holding the parts of that protected page. Understand? So once we've done this now, over to our login page. So we're going to simply say, so over to our login page now, we're going to then we're going to say const location again. Const location should be equal to use location. Yeah, from React Charter DOM. So we're going to then say over here, I'm going to say const from. We're going to get the URL we're coming from, the URL, understand? So we're going to then say location. They're going to put in the question mark because the reason why we're adding this question mark is because whenever we get logged in, that does not mean that we are coming from a protected route. For example, you can come to the login page. Okay, we can't. Okay, now let me just comment that line. For example, you can decide to come to the login page from the home page. You can just say, okay, this is the home page now. You click on login. So right now you did not face any roadblock of right now you did not face any protected page at all. You can come from the login. You can come to the login page from the register page. Understand? Whereby there was no redirect or there was no sending back because of the page is protected. You get. So that's why we have to put this question mark. That's optional chaining because this will not always exist. If it exists, fine, but if it does not exist, also fine. So I'm going to say location.state, then I'm going to then say dot from, and then we're going to then do, then we're going to say dot path name. Or so if this is undefined, that's because what I'm saying that this will only exist if you are being redirected from a protected page. That's when this will only exist. And if we did not use this optional chaining, if we did not use this question mark, it's going to throw an error. That's why we have to use a question mark. So this will only exist if you are coming from a protected page to the login page. You understand? So if this is false, if this is undefined, then we are going to simply have our own page URL. This is the path to our own page, and then we're going to simply say, then we're going to then come over here and say const. Just say const navigate should be equal to use navigates. And then we're going to then navigate, it's going to say navigate to from, and then we're going to add replace to true. So this replaces to prevent us from having to go back. This replaces just to prevent us from having to return back from where we are coming from. So this is it now. So let's try and see if it works. I'll click on create post. Right now we cannot access it because we're not logged in. So we're going to log in now. So I'll say jnet. I'll put in our password. Click on sign in. So let's wait for it. So we are hoping to get redirected to the create post page, and perfect now. So we got redirected to the create post page, right? Because that was where we were trying to go to before we got redirected back to the login page. And in this episode, we are going to work on deploying our web app straight to the cloud instead. So So right now, we are going to deploy this application on render.com. So we'll deploy the backend and the front end on render.com. So this tutorial is going to be a complete guide on how to deploy a full stack web application built with Django and React. So without further ado, let's get started right now. So if I proceed, I added a page called the not found page. So if you try accessing a route that does not exist, if you try accessing any random route that does not exist, you'll be brought down to the not found page. So here is a page here. So over to your app.gxs, let me close this file. Over to the parent component, which is the app.gxs. I added a new route. Here's a new route here. Understand? So there's a new route. So if you visit a wrong route that does not exist, you'll be brought to this page called, you'll be brought down to this not found page. You get? So that is how it's meant to be. So instead of you seeing a blank or a white page, you're going to see this page as a not as the you're going to see this page that tells you that the route you are trying to access is not correct. Hope you get. So right now, let's deploy our application. So first thing first, we are going to start with the backend. So we're coming over to the backend first. Understand? So yeah, so what was the first thing we need to do? So what do we need first now? So we need to install a package called Gunicon. So Gunicon is used to run our server in production. Understand? So Gunicon helps us run our server in production. You get? So make sure you have your virtual environments activated, and then run this command pip install Gunicon. Sorry, I didn't run that. Pip install. Make this bigger. Okay, pip install Gunicon. So hit enter. So right now Gunicon is being installed. Okay, I already have Gunicon installed. You can see it says here requirement already satisfied. Okay, that's fine. So what's the next step? What's the next thing we're meant to do? So we need to simply create our file called, we need to simply add Gunicon to this file called requirement.txt. So if you don't have this file, don't worry. Just simply run this command pip freeze, then this greater than sign, the greater than sign. So I'm going to say pip freeze, and then the sign, and then you say requirement.txt. So this file contains all the packages that is required to run our application. All this file contains, right? So just hit enter. So right now I'm trying to add Gunicon to my already made list. Understand? You understand? So as for you, if you don't have the file, you can simply just run pip freeze to generate the file. Now we have Gunicon installed, already have the requirements file ready. So what's the next step? So right now we need to go configure our static files, right? So go over to your settings.py file. So just under the static URL over here, you're going to just say static underscore roots should be equal to, we're going to say base directory / static. Make sure it is called static because render watches for the static folder. So make sure it is called static, right? So you've done that now. So you need to go over to your url.py file in your Django project. So open it, your url.py file. So over here, we did this for the media URL and for the media routes. This line you see here, we are going to duplicate it for the static routes. So install the media URL. We are going to have the static URL. It's important, and this is going to be the static route, right? The static routes. So yeah, that's one step. And back to your settings.py file, over to your allowed hosts. So I'll simply just add this asterisk here. So it's going to accept whichever host we have there. So just add this line there, this asterisk in quotes. So that's it. So okay, back to our code now. So in the root in the root directory, the same place where you have your requirements file, the same place where you have the manage.py file, your database, you're going to create a new file. I'm going to call the file build, then build in small letter. I'm going to say build.sh, and then I'm going to paste in this code here. So yeah, just pasting the code here. This one helps us to install our requirements. Like it helps us to install the content of our requirement.txt file. Understand? That what the first command does. So this other one helps us to run the collect. It helps us to run the collect static command. That's for the static files. And the last one helps us to migrate our database, right? So this command now, the reason for this file is because we are trying to run multiple commands. So the best way to do it is to store the commands in a file, right? So yeah, that's it. So now the next thing you have to do now is to push your code to GitHub. So push your code to GitHub, and once you've done that, so we proceed. So I'm going to simply update my repository on GitHub. I'll open a new Git terminal, Git bash. Okay, so right now I have my Git terminal open. So I'm going to simply update my Git repository. So I'm going to say git add then dots, and then also git commits. I'll just say prepping for deployments. So as for you guys, make sure you push your code to GitHub. For me, I already have my code on GitHub, so I'm trying to update the code I have on GitHub. So as for you, if you don't have your code on GitHub, you have to push your code first before you can do any of this. Right. So for me, I'm trying to update my already existing code on GitHub, right? So then I'm gonna say git push origin main, git push origin main, then hit enter. So right now, so I just push to GitHub. So I'll go over to my browser. Let's look up GitHub, github.com. Where are you? So my GitHub is here. So I'll simply open, let me check out right now, check out my repositories. So right now, this is the repository, this white seed portfolio API. Open it. So here we are. So I just pushed this. I just made some updates, and you can see in the last 1 minute we just pushed our latest updates, prepping for deployment. So I think we are good to go now. So over to render. Go on your browser, look up render.com. So if you don't have an account, simply sign up using your GitHub account. I recommend you sign up with your GitHub account. That's fast and quick. It's fast and easy. You get. So once you are logged in, I'll simply click on dashboard on the top right. So render is coming. Okay, so it's loading. Yeah, so right now, I'm going to create a new project. No, it's not matter. Let's just create a new project. Okay. Okay, don't worry. Right now, we are trying to use a free plan. So I already have a project called Portfolio. So if I add a new one, it's asking I make payment. So I already have a project called Portfolio. So that's why we're going to use that like that. So we're going to use this project like that. So don't worry about creating projects. It's not a must to create a project. It's not a must at all. So once you click on the dashboard, remember we came from here. Remember we have to click on dashboard on the top right. All right, click on dashboard. And we are here now. So once you're here, it is not a must for you to create a project. No. So on the navbar on top here, you see we have this new button. Click on it, then select web service, right? So now, right now, we want to pick our GitHub repository. We want to pick it. So click on the credentials on the right. Click on these credentials, then select GitHub, configure GitHub. Right, so we're gonna be logged into GitHub. So right now I am logged into my own GitHub account. So as for if you're not logged in, it's gonna ask you for your password. to log in to GitHub, right? It's going to ask you for your GitHub password to log in. So as for me, I already logged in. So I'm going to pick my account here, go with cleansing, click on it. So right now we're here now. So just scroll down. You're going to see select repositories. So right now, we are trying to select. We're not picking all our repositories. So click on this drop down. So you remember the name of the repository is called yt_deffolio. So yes, it's yt_deffolio_ API. So here is it. So just select this. You can see right now, you can see it's up here, and then just scroll down and then click on save. So we are being redirected back to render. So right now we are on render now, and you can see now we have our repository on render yt_deffolio_ API. So click on it and then scroll down, click on connect. So it's loading now. So I'll just come over here and I'm going to give this a unique name. I'll just call it deffolio_API. That's fine. So it's asking us to pick a project. So you can see this is optional. So I will just pick deffolio. But it is optional. It is not a must. If you don't pick, it's fine. So as for the build command, the build command is going to be, so it's going to be sh build.sh. So right now we are referring to the file we created, this build.sh file for the build command. So you have to first of all put in sh, then build.sh. As for the start command, that's going to be unicorn, then the name of your Django project, which is, my own is called, our Django project is, for me now, my Django project is called new_Django_API. This is the folder that holds my settings.py file. That's the Django project. The folder that holds your settings.py file is your Django project. So mine is called new_Django_API. So back here, I'm going to say unicorn, then new_Django_API, and we'll say .wsgi, right? Then I'm going to say application. So if we check closely, this WSGI is also in the same location as our settings.py file. They are both inside of the Django project, which is new Django API, which is new_Django_API. Understand? So that's that. So I think we're making progress now. So what's the next step? So right now we are going to go with the free plan. So remember this is just a tutorial. We are trying things out. So we are going to go with the free plan. So yeah, so now click on that and then scroll down and click on deploy web service. So let's wait for it to deploy. So it's going to take some few minutes. It's not going to take time. So currently it is building. So once it's done building, it's going to deploy it, and then we'll see if we are good to go. So we're going to give this some time to build and then deploy our web app to the cloud. So let's wait for it. So right now it's still building, and currently it's saying in progress. So it's now deploying. So it is almost done. It's almost done with the deployment. So let's wait. So right now you can see it says your service is live. So I think we are good to go. I really hope this does not throw any error. So it says right now it says your service is live. So scroll back up. You can see here's our URL. Here's the backend URL. Just copy it, go down to a new tab, and then paste it. Let's see. So now let's go down to /admin. Let's see our admin. Hit enter. So perfect. Now you can see we have our admin now. So right now I'm trying to check out our. Let me see one. Right now I'm trying to see any of our endpoints. Let me just open the blog up. Okay, let's go down to blog lists. Let's see what it looks like. Blog list, blog underscore lists. So blog underscore lists. Hit enter. Perfect. Now you can see now right now. Right now we have successfully deployed the backend to the cloud. So here's the live URL. So this backend can be accessed from anywhere in the world. So the backend is live. So right now let's get the front end to be live also. Okay guys, so right now we just finished deploying the backend on render. So right now it's time for us to deploy the front end. So let's do that right away. So earlier I said that we made a new route for the not found page, and the not found page can be found in the pages folder. We have a new page called not found. So if you go to a wrong route, you'll be redirected to the not found page, right? You'll be redirected to the not found page. So that's what we did there. So that's that. So now you go over to your api.js file, Yeah, here's the file. Now you can see now our base URL has been pointing to the local URL, to the development URL. But right now, our backend is now live. It now has a live URL, right? So right now, I want to configure this now to make sure that if you are on VS Code, if you are currently working on our VS Code, I want to make sure that we are using the local URL. But if you are live, if our app is live, I want to switch over to this live URL. So right now, we're going to do that. We're going to work on that configuration quickly. So right now, our aim now is to know when we are. So right now, the goal now is that whenever we're working on development environments, we want to use the local URL. But if you're in production, we want to use the live URL we got from render. So that's that. So right now, you can see right now, there is a message here. It says currently we are using render's free version, their free plan, right? And it says here, your free instance will spin down with inactivity, which can delay requests by 50 seconds or more. Let's assume after deploying the site, you leave the site without doing anything. Let's say you just, after deploying, you close the site and you are out. By the time you come back to the site will take time to load back. It will take time to load the data. That's because you're on a free plan. It will take time. So that's how it is now. So if after deploying and your site is taking time to fetch data, that's because you're on a free plan, and that's happened because of inactivity. You can see render them. So they said this. You can see this. They say it over here. It has been said here. So just take note of that. Okay. So back to our front end now. So what we are going to do now, we are going to use environment variables to know when to switch between the local URL of our backend and the live URL of the backend. So back to our code now. In the root directory, the same place where we have our vit config. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to just say .env, and I'll create another one called .env.production. So the first .env is for the development environment, and just here we'll just say right now we are trying to configure this base URL. Just copy it back to your .env file. Just over here we're going to say vits underscore base URL should be equal to HTTP. This is for the development URL. HTTP then 127.0.0.1, then port 8001. This is for the development environment. So back to for production, I'm going to say vits underscore base underscore URL should be equal to. So we're going to copy the live URL, copy it, and then paste it here. So make sure there is no space in between. Very important. So back to our api.js now. So far, we're going to just say, import.meta.env, and then we'll say .vits underscore base underscore URL. So that's it. That's all you have to do here. So now we're done with this now. So right now we're able to configure between the local URL and the live URL, right? So the next step you have to do now is this now. So right now we're going to run the command, open a new command prompt. So you're going to run this command npm run build, npm run build. Hit enter. Npm run build. So right now it's trying to run the build, so we're waiting for it. So right now it's building up our files, building up the code. So it might take some time, but let's wait for it. So right now it's building up our files for production, getting our files ready for production. That's what it's trying to do. Once this command is done running, I'm going to have a folder called dist. And that folder contains all the necessary build files for production, for deployment you get. So let's wait for it. So right now I think it's done building. And we check now, we have a new folder now called dist. So this contains the built up files, right? So now I think we are good to go. We are good to go now. So as usual, we have to push our code to GitHub. But before we push, go down to your git ignore. There's a file called git ignore. Yeah, so we have to add this .env to the file. .env. Remember, you are not meant to push your environment. You are not meant to push your environment variables to GitHub. No, that's not a good practice. So you're going to add git.env, and then let's push now. So to push, I'm putting a new git terminal, git bash. So right now we're going to push now. We're going to say git add dots. Then we're going to say git commits. Just say prepping for deployments. And then I'll say git push origin. So currently this series has the source code episode by episode, and we have the main branch as the base branch, right? That has all the codes, right? So right now I'm going to push this code first to this branch called episode 17. I'm going to say git push origin episode underscore 17. And then I'll have to switch over to the main branch to merge this new episode. So let's try push this to episode 17 first. So it has been pushed, and I'm going to say then git checkout. I'm going over to the main branch, git checkout main. So currently now we're on the main branch, and I'll say git merge episode 17. Then I'll say, then I'm going to say git push origin main. So let's wait for it to push. So right now we just pushed up to GitHub, and we pushed now to the main branch. So I'm going to open our GitHub now. Let's check out, click on your repositories. So yeah, here's our code now. This Django React full project 2025. Click on it, open it, and let's see. You can see we just made a new push, and you can see we have about 18 branches from episode 1 to 17, including the main branch. Everything 18 branches in total. That's perfect. That's awesome. So now, yeah, so it's time for us to deploy, right? So back to render. So I'll close this. Render.com. Back to render. So once you're on render, click on this dashboard on the top right. Click on it. Okay, so you are brought back to render. Come on. So we are here. So click on the new button on top. Click on it. So this time I'm going to go with static sites. So click on static sites. So we're going to select right now. We have to pick our repository. So then click on credentials on the right. Click on it, and then configure GitHub. Okay, we are here now. So I'm going to right now. I am going to select code with cleansing. Select code with cleansing. That's then we'll scroll down. And right now we have to select our repositories. Select now, and it's called Django. Right, the name is called Django _ React. Full project. Yeah, yeah, it's a project. Yeah, it's certainly a Django React full project 2025. Django React full project 2025. So click on it and then save. Okay, it's almost done. So it's loading. Okay, still loading. So right now you can see we have Django React full project now. We have it here. So click on it and then scroll down and click on connect. So let's wait for it. Still loading. So yeah, so right now we're going to give our app a name. We're going to call it Defolio. Defolio, yeah. And scroll down. So it's asking us to pick a project. So you can simply pick Defolio if you want to. Click on Defolio. It's not a must, right? So scroll down. And as for the build now, we're going to pick. We're going to say dist. That's the folder that we are generated for us. This folder. This folder over here. So we're gonna simply reference the folder here. Also, as for the published directory, we have to say dist, and then right now we have to add an environment variable. Remember our vit base URL. So we have to add this. We have to add this as an environment variable. We just copy it now. Because remember, we are not pushing our env. Because if you remember, we are not pushing our env file to GitHub. So we have to add these environment variables down to render. So the name is called vit base URL. And the value is, just copy this backend URL, copy it, and then we'll paste it here. Yeah, so that's it. I think that's it. And then right now it's time for us to deploy our sites. Click on deploy sites. So this might take some time, but we have to wait for it. So it's building. So we're going to wait for it to build. It is almost done. It's almost done with the building. So right now our build is being uploaded. So it's uploading the build. And right now it says your site is live. Your site is live. So scroll up. Here's the URL. Copy it. I just opened it. A new tab. So yeah, I think it's live. But right now we cannot fetch our data. We cannot fetch the data yet. Do you know why? I'm going to explain why. So right now our data is right now we are not connected to the backend. We're not yet connected. Remember in our backend code, that's your settings.py file over here. Remember we have this part called calls allowed origins. So these are the list of domains that can access the backend. Right, this is a list of domains. So right now we have a new front-end domain. So we have to add that new domain to this list. So just copy this domain, or you can go over here. There's the domain also. Just copy it. Get it copied. Copy and then head over to your backend code, over to your settings.py file. We're going to add this live front-end URL. It must be there. So we have added this now. So what you have to do now is simply go over. Right now you have to make another push again to the backend. I'm going to say git add, and then git commit. I'll just say added live front-end URL. And I'll say git push origin main. So right now we're trying to push back to right now we're trying to push again to GitHub. Right now we're pushing for the backend, right? Because we made them right now because we made a change to our backend code. So back to GitHub. You over to your profile picture, click on it, and then click on your repositories. Okay, so we are here now, and here's our backend code. I think it's done deploying. It's done deploying, right? So over to render for the backend parts. Remember, here's our backend session. Here's the front end. So I had to open two different browsers, two different tabs on my browser to differentiate the backend and then the front end. So yeah, so right now we're on, here's the backend now, the folio API. So you have to, right now I have to simply bring my changes. I want to simply bring it back. And I think it happens automatically by itself. So I think so let's see. I'm not sure if it is done deploying. So render now, whenever I push to GitHub, it simply it will simply deploy again. If you push to GitHub, it deploys again. Right now, I'm trying to confirm if it's actually deployed again. Well, how do we confirm? I think it did deploy. I think it deployed again. So back here, right now, you can see deployed again. Right now, we are now able to fetch our data from the backend. Right now, we are now able to connect to the backend. Right. So after making that push to GitHub, render adds to redeploy again the code that we made, the push that we made. Understand? So we had to add the front end URL to this list. So that way our backend and front end can communicate. They can communicate with each other. You can see now the backend code is working fine. You can see we have everything fine again. But there was a slight issue. If I refresh the page from here, if I refresh, you can see now it's returned not found. So how do we avoid this now? So whenever you refresh the page from the browser, it returns this not found. How do we fix this? It's simple. Back to your front end section on render, back to it. Currently, this is our front end. Our front end is the static site, while the back end is the web service. So back to the front end now. Just scroll down. Where we have this redirects, click on it. So click on add rule. So over here, we're going to just pick / then the asterisk, and over here we're going to select index. Then we're going to select / index.html, and there is a drop down here. Click on it, and then click on rewrite, and then click on save changes. It has been saved, right? So back here, back to the code, refresh again. Perfect. So now it's back now. So whenever you add refresh your page, you're not going to see that. You won't see that not found error again. You won't. Understand? So right now we just deployed our web apps to the cloud. We deployed the backend. We also deployed the front end. They are both live on render, and this application can be accessed from anywhere you are in the world. Understand? So this series has been a long one. It has been exciting, and I'm super sure you all will learn a lot if you follow this series from the beginning till the end. You definitely will learn something new. And this project we have here, is portfolio worthy. You can have it in your portfolio and apply for a job as a front-end developer, as a back-end developer, as a full-stack developer. You understand? So I really hope you enjoyed this series. So if you did, support your boy by subscribing, like the video. You can also share with your friends. So we've come to the end of the Django and React full stack series. So hopefully we are going to see again in another exciting tutorial. So thank you for watching. Stay blessed and bye-bye.